The sanctuary of Delphi is probably the most extraordinary of all ancient Greek sites. Delphi amazes all who visit it. This place is the center of the world. The ancient Greeks called it the Omphalos, which means the navel of the earth. Zeus, the father of the gods, wanted to find the center of the universe, so he sent two eagles flying from the opposite ends of the universe. And the place where they met was Delphi.
Welcome to Delphi, Indiana, where our storied past is fueling a stellar future.
Whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation, sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are in danger, when human dignity is in jeopardy, wherever men or women are persecuted, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe.
No, I'm going to go on the record right now and say that they are trying to kill Rick Allen.
Yeah.
They want him to die.
Yeah.
It's like always like in and out, in and out. They don't want him. They don't want us to see
Because
it.
he's my size. Chains and collars and leashes all over.
It's all about optics. We don't have all of those people around Rick Allen because they want to keep everybody else safe. They don't want us to see Rick Allen. They don't want us to look at Rick Allen. They don't want us to see his face and his eyes. Remember when he came in June and he was all doped up and he was dissociative and he was experiencing psychosis from being tortured and starved and sleep deprived and probably withheld his medication. All of these things that they were doing to him so that he would show up looking like a zombie and couldn't protest or assist in his defense. Guess what? The eyes of the world are on them. They're not allowed to do that to him anymore, and they have tried to break him. And Rick Allen, he's not going to break. Look he has done a year in solitary confinement. A year.
He's on the upside of things. Like if he's still alive, he's getting better every day.
His attorneys get thrown off the case, and he turns to his wife and he says, "It's okay. You didn't break him. You're not going to break him. He's not guilty. Whatever they're trying to do, you're hip to it. It is not going to happen."
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Hi. Good morning. We are here. It is Friday, October 18th, Day 1 of the state of Indiana versus Richard M. Allen. Welcome, everybody. It is so good to see you all. Hope you liked our intro. We've got Psalm 91. I may have prayed that one this morning. Hi, Ems. Hey, Tor. LD asks, is there court tomorrow too? Yes. Judge Gull is having court every day but Sunday, I believe. Hi, Hoosier. We had a little soundbite from Hoosier this morning. We'll probably play that clip again throughout the day because it's just too good not to. Hi, Sorcerer Tree. Lana, hoping to get some accurate accounts from today. I already know we're going to get blasted with that inaccuracies. Are the first ones in. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get timely, accurate updates. We're going to all do our best, but we do know at the very least we've got Bob Mata and Andrea Burkhart for sure have gotten inside. They are in the courtroom. And that is good. We're holding court in these streets. Yes, we are. Whew. Y'all, it's freezing this morning. Don't mind as I'm like trying to warm up. Bob and Andrea are in the courtroom. Who else do we have? If this is your first time at the R&M Productions live stream, welcome. Welcome. You are an honorary crank now. Hi, Dr. NB. Good to see you. Hi, Kate. Jean, the time machine says, you're late, Jean. You know how I roll. Oh my gosh, it's the Electric Weircat Truther Network. We are happy to see you, Fiend. Hi, Chelsea. Chelsea is anxious. Me too. Who else is feeling anxious? A little anxious this morning, but we are in this together. Hello, BGOG. Good to see you. Big day for you today. Hi, Rose Adams. Peggy. Hello, Peggy. Our sweet Peggy. Our family researcher. Hello, Braun. Carrie Rondo. Hello, Carrie. Good to see you. Salty Sleuth Investigates. I'm here with my big ass coffee. Good. Salty Sleuth has a great YouTube channel. We will link it in a minute. Mods, if you at any point want to link anybody or anything, I don't care what y'all do. You can link it. You can link anything you want. That part gets stuck in my head. Am I in crazy world? We are attacking the timeline. We are attacking the bullshit. The timeline crashed. Attacking the timeline crashed. Beans YouTube. Oh no. Woman doing a shadow ban. I love you. DB says fire. Our song gets better by the day. I was walking Boone and Ems was giving me play-by-play updates. She said like a soccer match. It was awesome. That's my fucking girl. Hi, Judy. Good morning. And DB Fiends in chat. Whose mother and hair is that? Hi, Chris. Hi, Steve Harger. Thierry. Hello, Thierry. Good to see you. Criminal Network. Always good to see Criminal Network. Sherry Wilson. Welcome. Fiend made fun of me the other night. Actually, no. Imitation is flattery. Fiend did a really good Ange imitation at the end of his live stream. Maybe I'll play it later. Fiend did an edit. Fiend did a content. Joe D's comedy. It's my hero. Likewise, Joe. Welcome. T-Dub. Regina Grady Bolden. Good morning, everyone. DB and me and DB are regulating. We already know RA is going to do a stare. Yeah, for sure. We got some sanity, some form of sanity. Got a seat. Yes, indeed. Hi, Kay. Welcome. Good morning. Ashley, let's do this. Justice for Rick, for Libby, and for Abby. Absolutely. This is going to bust some bubbles for Nick McClellan, I do believe. I agree with you, Gilletta. You need another cup of coffee? No, Steve, thank you so much. You're wonderful. I appreciate you. Angie's never late, nor is she early. She arrives precisely when she means to. Yeah, it's all intentional. Fight for justice. Hi. T-Dub says, I'm pissed off it's still not televised. Or pissed off still that it's not televised. I know. It's bullshit. It is BS. Cleveland rocks. The Queen of Denovia's never late. Blue Raven Films. Please link to free donuts, please. I hope Carrie gets to be there. She deserves answers from these fuckers. Yes, I agree with you. DB says, I want to say hi, everyone, and any beefs I have are all officially squashed. Y'all, let the record show DB is squashing all of the beefs. He will not do any bullies unto thee. No bullies today. Greeno has threatened Rick Allen and Kathy and the attorneys, and they let him in. They sure did. You know what else they did this morning? We're going to show y'all in a minute. As soon as attorneys Brad and Andy pulled up and started unloading their vehicle, the Delphi Police Department the Delphi Police Department rolled up and they were like, you got to move your truck. Welcome to Delphi, Indiana. All right. So DB is not going to do any beefs today. I'm going to do the beefs. What DB is lacking in beef, I will probably make up for today. Oh, man. Rapto. What would we do without you, Ange? You're such a light in this dark tunnel of a trial. It's really nice. Thank you, Rapto. Rapto nurse. Michelle. I love you. Is there anybody out there? Oh, Dougie's here. Hi, Dougie. Love Dougie. Lich, good to see you. Nick for sure already has pitted out one dress shirt. He's on his second one. Motion to squash beefs. I heart DB. Don't we all? I'm thinking that I'm thinking our friend who just got in. I messaged her. She hasn't read it yet. I'm thinking she did. Whew, that would be awesome. We got new beefs. Let the towing of the vehicles begin. DB says they don't want them parking too close for it to be too convenient. Bjorn. First time here. Hello all. Welcome. I'm sorry I just butchered your name. Welcome. So happy you're here. Hi, Royal Wheat. Angie's just walking joy and happiness through her whole body, never sat her down. DB knows me so well. He just knows me so well. No phone, no car, no food, no water. New phone, who dis? Matt Sully. Hi, Matt Sullivan. They let Greeno in. Didn't he confess to the crime? He sure fucking did. Amazing. I was telling my physical therapist about Richard Allen. He said, I'm not that kind of therapist. That full moon last night was beautiful. It was still shining bright at daylight this morning. It was beautiful. I bullied all my friends into going out to look at it. DB is wearing his R&M branded diaper. I gifted that to him personally. As is woman doing a shadow ban. Thierry says, I'm good. I'm anxious about this damn trial and we can't see it. All right, y'all. So as of this morning, we have very few updates. We know that the defense did file a response to the state's motion in limine trying to exclude both sketches. Hi, Just Deb. Hey, Donnie. Hey, Teresa Manning. Yes, that is what we want. Salty Sleuth cleansed her crystals and herself. Can you do a cleanse for me, please? I could use a sage and a cleanse. If the jurors cannot watch media coverage, does this mean the gag order is null? Maybe. I cleansed all my chakras. All right. So I did want to just pull up that motion that the defense filed this morning. There's nothing particularly groundbreaking in it, but Okay, let me find it. Our friend Matt, whose Twitter I will link, he is our document god. We have a lot of document gods and goddesses and deities. So he's just one of our document gods. But oops. We already got, our keyboard is already acting a fool today because why wouldn't it? All right. Here's Matt's Twitter, if anyone wants to go. Matt Sullivan has to work today, but he just wanted to show some support. Matt is the best. Did you get an electric blankie? No. I need to. I need one. Get one eventually. Yes, Judge Gull is putting the kibosh on any evidence presentation by the defense. No way. How dare the defense present a defense? Okay, so share screen. This is our friend Matt. He has posted the documents that were filed. Latest brief in response to the prosecution's motion in limine. Again, not going to spend too much time, but I do just want to read these really quick. And Thierry also providing, thank you, Thierry. You are the best as always. You probably can't see this though. Or maybe you can. Here we go. Brief in response. Comes now the accused, Rick Allen. How much bigger can I make this? Prosecution argues that composite sketches are inadmissible due to the fact that they were intended as an investigative tool just to generate leads to identify a suspect. And in fact, these sketches were not related to the identification of a suspect. Therefore, they would not be relevant under the Indiana Rules of Evidence. At the hearing, the prosecution argued that the composite sketches of the suspect are not relevant because they're infused with subjectivity both of the forensic artist and the witnesses. The fact that there may be subjective input in a sketch does not make the sketch irrelevant. Rather, said subjectivity should go to the weight given to it by the jury and not the issues regarding admissibility. Evidence is relevant when it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. Next page. 5. The composite sketches in this matter are images of individuals that witnesses saw on the bridge prior to the victim's disappearance and on County Road 300 North after the murders. So this is referring to Young Guy sketch, which was drawn with the assistance of Betsy Blair's eyewitness statements. And he was seen on the bridge, that Young Guy sketch individual. And then Old Guy sketch, who was allegedly seen walking down 300 North as per the eyewitness testimony of Sarah Carbaugh, who the state will not be calling. 7. Oh, wait. 6. To the extent that the sketches do not resemble Richard Allen, they are highly relevant. Hi, Party UV5. Feels good to be back here. I stepped into Frank's. Oh, I don't go over there for a lot of reasons. He didn't like my commentary. Well, we love your commentary. Whew. Okay, sorry. 6. To the extent that the sketches do not resemble Richard Allen, they're highly relevant. 7. Evidence which tends to show that someone else committed the crime logically makes it less probable that the defendant committed the crime and thus meets the definition of relevance. And it feels like a duh, but that's kind of where we're at in this case. 8. The prosecution argues that composite sketches are inadmissible because they're investigative tools. However, this does not make the sketches irrelevant and inadmissible. Investigative reports by police and other law enforcement personnel are admissible and when offered by the accused in a criminal case. Since 1974, the Indiana Supreme Court has held that composite sketches do not violate the hearsay rule when the witnesses and officer creating the sketch testify and are available for cross-examination. 10. While Roe was decided prior to the codification of the Indiana Rules of Evidence, the court relied on the reason for the hearsay rule, stating that the principal reasons for exclusion of hearsay evidence that are out of court declared. 11. The purpose behind the hearsay rule did not change and was not modified upon the codification of the Indiana Rules of Evidence. Did Nick provide any case law in his... Who knows? 12. Since the Indiana Rules of Evidence were codified, courts continue to acknowledge that the fundamental purpose of the hearsay rule is to preserve the right to cross-examine the declarant. 13. To the extent the prosecution is arguing that due to the subjective nature of the sketches, there's some blanket rule that composite sketches are not relevant, this is simply untrue. Indeed, composite sketches have long been admitted in criminal cases in Indiana. List of all of the 14. Former Special Agent Plants also admitted that the standards and guidelines for forensic art and facial identification promulgated by the International Association for Identification contain the best practices for forensic artists. 15. Former Special Agent Plants further testified that it's the best practice that the witness may be instructed that his signature will be the feature that allows him to identify the image in court if necessary. There would be no reason for a witness to sign a sketch in order to identify it in court if composite sketches are subjective investigative tools to generate leads and not to identify suspects. Right. So if a witness who contributes to a sketch signs... Four Pits, welcome. If a witness that contributed to a sketch signs that sketch for the purposes of identifying it in court, i.e. in the criminal trial, relevant and related to that sketch, then why would we be arguing that sketches are not admissible in criminal trials? Get fucked. 16. The prosecution further argues that the witnesses who assisted in the preparation of composite sketches of the bridge guy would testify that they did not see the person depicted in their sketch for a sufficient length of time to allow them to positively identify the defendant. This argument fails as the state offered no evidence at the hearing as to the amount of time any witnesses who assisted in the creation of composite sketches viewed the suspect. Hold the fucking fuck up. What's up, TV? What's up, TV? What you got? Yes, Kelt. So lawyer Andrea Burkhart did get in, as did lawyer Bob Mata. I'm not sure about lawyer Lee. I did see her in line this morning. I assume she got in, but I don't know for sure. I haven't heard that she's like come back out. So it seems as though lawyer Lee, Andrea Burkhart, and Bob Mata are all inside, which would be a great thing for those of us wanting accurate, informed, and relevant and wonderful coverage and updates. Sorry, y'all, I'm a little distracted. Okay, 17. The prosecution further argues if the composite sketches are relevant, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice, confusing issues, and misleading the jury, which is the state's favorite argument. I believe Joe got in. Joe Schmo, that would be awesome. So apparently Salty Sleuth says that our friend Joe Schmo also likely got in this morning. So we've got, hopefully, there's some really good eyes and ears in the courtroom this morning. Former special agent, that's certainly what it said, right, DB? We should do a sleuth later, huh? On that. Did JLR... I know that AG Anthony Greeno did get in. JLR, I believe, was standing outside watching, waiting for people to come out. I don't know, DB. 18. At the hearing, prosecution argued that composite sketches are inadmissible and that because their renderings use an investigative process for recognition and not identification of the suspect. However, if a sketch is used to recognize a suspect and that sketch does not resemble the accused, it's highly relevant and implicates Mr. Allen's right to confront and cross-examine witnesses under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 13A of the Indiana Constitution to meet every witness against him face to face. Hi, friends. I hate this. Hi, Sleuthy. Welcome. I love you. I hate it too. Everybody follow Sleuthy. on the Twitter. She is one of our Delphi librarians, one of our 3. Oh, Sleuthy, Goosey, my love, my beetle goose. Where's my chat? Here's Sleuthy's Twitter. Everyone go follow her for updates of all of the things. What about any witnesses that were formerly alive? Will their evidence be relevant? So I know that deceased witnesses can come in. There are exceptions to the hearsay rules for deceased witnesses. I don't know what they are, but I know that there are some. Okay. Former Special Agent Plants, that's certainly, yeah, that says former, testified that witnesses often provide a rating for the sketch on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 not resembling the suspect and 10 being exact replica. Why would that be relevant, y'all? Hi, y'all. Why would that be relevant? That little blurb about on a scale of 1 to 10. Hi, Rebecca Ann. Love you, Missy Angels. That's why Gull holds court on Halloween. She loves to hold court on Halloween. There's something we'll talk a little bit later once, you know, when we finish our morning updates, when we've got a lull, when people are in there. Yeah, that person's a fucking pervert, criminal network. I don't know who they are. They're upset. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So the reason I believe that this former Special Agent Plants was asked about this rating scale that witnesses give after providing info for a sketch is because one of the key eyewitnesses that basically served as like the foundation, the parameters for the timeline that the state provided in the probable cause affidavit, one Betsy Blair, who saw an individual standing on the bridge at and around the time that the girls were abducted, allegedly. Betsy Blair's sketch that she assisted with, she said, that is a 10 out of 10 for the person that I saw. 10 out of 10, y'all. 10 out of 10. Oops. Lord. Here we go. This is the 10 out of 10 that Miss Betsy Blair said. That is 10 out of 10. The person that I saw on the bridge. I call Miss Betsy Blair to the witness stand. She is listed on the defense's witness list. I don't know that the state, I don't believe the state intends to call her, but the defense certainly has her on their witness list. 10 out of 10 of a poofy-haired man. Good morning, Kokomo. Good to see you. Rick Allen's lawyer just got a ticket for parking over the 2-hour limit. They give him tickets every day. It's sick. Where's the witness list? I would love to see the witness list. It should be admitted as an exhibit, so it should be available to the public. And I assume after court today, the media will be allowed to view. They can't photograph them. They can't, whatever. They can't take pictures of them. But Judge Gull is graciously going to allow the media 15 minutes at the end of the day to look at all of the exhibits that have been admitted. Why would the prosecution not call the ISP sketch artist? That's a great question. Do we need to start a Brad Rosie parking ticket fund? Probably. Okay. So anyway, this is the 10 out of 10 sketch that Miss Betsy Blair contributed to. Number 20. While it is conceivable that a sketch, it is outrageous, that a sketch was produced and to which a witness applied a low score could be misleading, confusing, a sketch with a high score that highly resembles a suspect would not be confusing or misleading. Furthermore, any confusion could easily be dealt with on direct or cross-examination. Yes, Peggy says, we're going to talk about this. Someone needs to file a complaint or a suit about the lack of public access. So Wish TV Andrea Burkhart and Kara Winnicki had an exchange on Twitter that made me feel very hopeful. And Andrea Burkhart and I were discussing the lack of public access. And she, I'm paraphrasing, and I believe she discussed this on her live one of the last few days, but the rules of for the public access rules in Indiana for criminal trials, they're open to a lot of interpretation and they leave a lot of room for judicial discretion. However, the rules about recordings, the audio recordings of like the official record of the proceedings, those are pretty black and white. The judge cannot just summarily deny the media's request to access the court recordings without first scheduling a hearing to seal them. And she did not do that because she never does that. So Wish TV's most recent request and denial, the public, sorry, thank you. Yes, Luthi, the public's. It's not media's, it's the public's. Media made the request, but the public is entitled. And the media are members of the public. So Wish TV has a perfect opening to file a writ. And to appeal that decision. And they won't. I don't know. Cannot for the fucking life of me figure out why no members or entities of the media will exercise. Yeah, they're supposed to serve the public by providing public information on the government. And this is exactly the problem. Judge Gold knows that the public does not have a remedy available unless they hire attorneys to file a writ. And the public can't do that. Who's going to do it? You? Me? We ain't got time. We ain't got pull. We ain't got resources. But the media, this is what they exist for. They have the best attorneys. I have been saying this, like Bob Mott, I've been saying this for months. I can't figure out what they're doing. I can't figure out what they're doing. Why the inaction? The media has most recently admitted that they have hidden info from the public because the government asked them to. This is correct. So we had Angela Ganote tweeted information about the hair, the DNA that was objectively found at the crime scene that for years the investigation would not confirm or deny. And Angela Ganote said, hey, we actually knew about the DNA within days of the murders. And we published an article with a quote from the sheriff talking about DNA, and we were contacted by the investigators and asked to pull that information. We were told the sheriff was speaking, he didn't know what he was talking about. He had bad info. Nope. No, he didn't. He was right. They won't report on a prosecutor being a scumbag, a violent felon being given a pass to walk freely into court. They're a big problem. Salty Sleuth says, I know a local journalist in my town who absolutely will tell you that they get asked to keep things quiet. 100%. 100%. And I think a good journalist you have to weigh the pros and cons. So if Jerry Holman, the lead investigator who will be we're starting early, folks, who will be seated at the table with the state for the entirety of the trial, he is their key lead witness, lead investigator, and he will be sitting at the table with them despite the separation of the order for separation of witnesses. Jerry Holman will get to sit and listen to every single witness, every single testimony. And as somebody who's been personally victimized and bullied by fucking Jerome Holman, it would be a little bit nerve-wracking to have to sit in front of him and testify. He's a big fucking bully. He's a brutish man. And he gets to sit and listen to every single witness and all of the testimony. And that's fine. My expectation of Jerry Holman's ability to actually remember key things and remember information, not great. But all of that to say, if Jerry Holman asks a source or the media to not publicly post about certain testimony from the trial, are they going to listen to him? I bet they will. Here's the problem, and this is something that I think Andrea also acknowledged this in her live, because she's just the most wonderful fairest. We're going to link her too. If Ahmad can link Andrea's Twitter account and her YouTube at some point, that would be great. If not, I'll do it in a minute. But Andrea basically was saying it's absurd. It's unbelievable that the media has not filed a writ. However, it's also not unreasonable for the media to fear losing access. Not that that's fair, not that that's appropriate or the right thing, but it's certainly understandable. Let's say Angela Gunnote, for example. I don't know if she's there, but let's just say hypothetically, Angela Gunnote or Russ McQuaid get inside today, and they're sitting inside the trial watching the proceedings, and they leave today and they, they report on the trial and they say a couple things that are true that make the state or Jerry Holman look really bad. Who is going to stop the state or the judge from barring them from the courtroom for the remainder of the trial? Who's going to keep them from barring them from entering? And then they lose all their access, which means as a result, we do too. Hi, the Devil's Hop Yard. Welcome. Good to see you. What is the end game for Holman, Nick McClellan, and Gull? Is this about promotion, game, and credit? I have no idea. I wish I knew. I have a lot of theories, and perhaps, more will be revealed in the fullness of time. Maybe not, though, because unfortunately, truth and trials do not always go hand in hand. Thank you, Kira and Woman doing a shadow ban. Both of our amazing mods just linked Andrea Burkhart's channel. Please click on those and subscribe to her. She's amazing. Sleuthy says, Gull is a judicial tyrant. Someone please make sure I say that on my Twitter every day of the trial. You got it. Everyone in here, go follow Sleuthy Goosey on Twitter and remind her every day to remind us that Gull is a judicial tyrant. Our baby girl DB says, the media is an institution, though. Have an outsider do it. For sure. Shit, I know everybody in here would do it for them, on behalf and for them as an outsider, as a intervener. If Rick Allen is acquitted, he bankrupts them financially. Yeah, Tor, you're right. They're already bankrupt. I do believe that they think that he did it, though. Thank you. Woman doing a shadow ban. This is Andrea Burkhart's Substack. Go subscribe if you want the most accurate legal analysis and updates from the trial. I agree with this too. It's called Cover Your Ass. I think all of this is true. Mike Thomas was pissed. He said that he was, Mike Thomas was the chief deputy at the time, and apparently even he didn't know about a hair in Abby's hand. Here's my question. What if nobody knew about the hair in Abby's hand, except for the select few members of the Unified Command Task Force? We know that there's, 5? You've got Jerry Holman, Tony Liggett, let me list them. ISP, not superintendent, ISP, now Lieutenant, Detective Jerry Holman, lead investigator. Carroll County Sheriff, but Carroll County Detective, Tony Liggett, lead investigator for Carroll County. Former detective with Carroll County Sheriff's Department, Kevin Hammond. Retired ISP detective Jay Harper, good friend of Doug Carter. Who am I missing? I said Hammond. Holman, Hammond, Liggett, Harper. We got ISP Lieutenant Holman. Mullen. Thank you, Devil's Hop Yard. Former Delphi police chief and now prosecutor's investigator, Steve Mullen. Or as, hey, nobody, nothing, welcome. Good to see you. Yes. Devil's Hop Yard said Mullins and then corrected it to his accurate last name, Mullen, although Nick McClellan, the prosecutor who works side by side with the prosecutor's investigator, Steve Mullen, does not fucking know his name because in every filing, Nick McClelland refers to him as Mullins. And I see Steve Mullen as being the kind of guy that just like wouldn't correct him. He'd just be like, yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why I think of that dynamic. It makes me laugh. Hey, True Crime Fangirl. True Crime Fangirl asks, good morning all. About 20 got in. I believe they said about 20 to 30 seats available for the public, I think, by the time by the time family, reserved seats for family, so we've got family for the defendant, family for the victims, and then, so that's 20. So 10, 10, and oh wait, DB is working. He's here in spirit, but we have a Mullen as Geek Squad meme somewhere. I'm gonna find it. Right, DB? Is it in here? I'm gonna find it. Where's our Mullen Geek Squad meme? Maybe it's not in here. That's okay. Please don't, DB. Anyway, we'll find it later. But it's under brands overlays towards the top. Okay. Thank you, sir. You the best. I'm probably staring right at it. I just can't find it. That's okay. I'll share it later. Anyway. So Trish B, new here, listening to another YouTube channel, and I guess the opening statements didn't change. Right. So the opening statements that they gave. Oh, I'm not gonna. Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I believe you, Trish. I'm not second guessing you, but depending on what YouTube channel that is, I might wait for an official source. They're not supposed to break until noon or lunch, I think she said. Just do a bellyache, DB. You can't prove or deny a bellyache. According to Salty Sleuth Investigates, Becky Patty has allegedly said they have a partial thumbprint. I do believe that, oh, sure, yeah. He's live. He's outside the courthouse right now. Thank you, Trish, for reporting that. Yeah, JLR. I got dragged on Twitter by someone this morning for quoting something the JLR said. Look, here we're all about access. We're all about public access. We're all about public information. JLR, I know nothing about him. I do know that he's boots on the ground, recording and reporting from outside the courthouse. And so that's what I care about. So JLR has reported, apparently, according to our new friend, Trish, that the statements that they gave this morning, the opening statements, I can't with JLR. That's fair. That's fair. Opening statements did not change this morning from the mini statements that they gave at jury voir dire. So that makes sense. Nobody Nothing says, last night was the first night that I've ever stayed in Delphi, and I never heard sirens all night. I haven't seen somebody getting pulled over or searched. That's good. That's a good thing. Did you see Jerry Holman there with family at CrimeCon when he said the sketch was actually Mike Patty because he was out there? It's ridiculous. I've heard them say things similar to that, and I also think that they have a couple different kinds of sketches. JLR is the one who yells, "Shame on you, Richard Allen. Why'd you do it?" Fucking asshole. Yes, so this is what I was getting at. And if you're new to this stream, we all have ADHD here. So I will jump around and I'll do my best to stay on track. But yes, Trish makes a good point. I imagine that only the lead investigators that I was just listing and forgot to finish, I imagine that only they even knew about the hair, if even, and who, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they never tested it or if they didn't follow through on testing it or exhausting all avenues of testing. Yes, openings had to be longer than 5 minutes. I certainly hope so, Sleuthie. Does anybody know if Blair and Carbaugh are testifying for the state? If I could just focus and finish reading this document, which may never happen because I have trouble focusing, I do believe that the state has said they're not intending to call those witnesses, at least not for identification of Mr. Allen, which is interesting because they were the witnesses that provided the probable cause to arrest Mr. Allen. So this stream is for the neurodiverges. That is true. JLR was speaking to the defense attorneys this morning while mainstream media were snoozing. He got that quote that we used. They put tow-away sign zones everywhere. Carrie says, I don't have ADHD, but I still appreciate you. Thank you, Carrie. I love you. Well, Ange, that explains why I fit in here. My mind never sleeps and sure overthinks. Hi, T. Welcome. Good to see you. Let's link. I'm going to link. If someone can link criminality. Actually, I'll do it. I'm sure most of our Delphi people here already subscribe and follow Teresa, but if you don't, we're going to link her. She provides awesome coverage and playing. Oh, wait. That's okay. We can play T's intro. Here's Teresa's YouTube channel. Go subscribe. We're overthinkers. We have entire charts mapping and overthinking. Okay, Ange, finish reading. Okay, I'm going to finish reading. Hammy's here. Everybody send all of your good vibes and all of your good energy, particularly your healing vibes and your healing energy and your healing crystals to Hammy, who has not been feeling so good. We love Hammy. We love you, Hammy. We're happy you're here. Opening statements are over. That's a good question, Sleuthy. I haven't seen anything about it yet, but someone apparently is reporting to JLR that opening statements are. I don't know if that's just something that he knows from it being mentioned already or what. Yeah, I have no updates as of yet, but okay, finish, Angela. Everybody, this is the only Delphi link you ever need. Okay, on a break apparently. If anybody gets any good updates, put them in the chat. 10-minute break right now, so people probably, I mean, I wouldn't leave. Do you lose your seat? I don't know. 10-minute break. Okay, Trish says, JLR talked to News Nation. They're having a 10-minute break. So opening statements probably just concluded. Everyone's sending good energy to our other baby girl, Hammy. That Hoosier Harvest Store footage better be clear. I don't think it is. Joe has not checked in yet. Hammy says, I'm so unwell today. Hi, and I love you. We hope you feel better, Hammy. The defense says the bodies were moved. I'm going to just take this down for now. Finish it later. Defense said in opening that their bodies were moved. Amazing. Here he is.
The strategy today.
Winning. Fuck that filing. Yeah, fuck that filing. Yes, I imagine the Hoosier Harvest Store video will be as clear as the Bridge Guy video. Per JLR, the defense has said the bodies were moved. I believe it. Ems is streaming double. Ems is amazing. Gisela, Grizzly True Crime, was on Court TV and did a great update on the lack of transparency in this trial thus far, and basically in the entirety of this case. But we're going to link Grizzly as well. We love Gisela. She's a good friend of all of us here. Grizzly True Crime. She gives me hope that Court TV can salvage any legitimacy that they ever had, if any. Big shout out for Gisela. We adore Gisela. This is her Twitter, and this is her, oops, Lord. This is her main website with all of her links. Trigger warning. In the Rittenhouse trial, the prosecutors literally doctored the video twice. Correct. Yeah, they did. Yeah. There was also some tomfoolery, fuckery with the Karen Reed video, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It was like flipped and finagled a little. Do we have any idea who was geofence tagged? So the defense certainly would have that information, as would the state. That is one of the motions in limine that was filed that Judge Gold granted to keep irrelevant geofence data out. Now, I believe that's not going to happen. I believe the geofence location data will come in. We love Gisela. DB says Gisela's very mean and unfair. Sure. We love her. Criminality. Oh, yeah. Criminality says motion in limine to not allow YouTubers to talk shit about Nick and his lack of evidence. Inverted Hoosier Harv store, everyone heading into the opposite direction. Right. They're going to pull a Karen Reed and just mirror the footage and say that people were heading the wrong way. There is a problem, potentially, with the timeline. Infinite problems, potentially, with the timeline, but certainly mention in one of the, what's it called? It's like a table of contents of a discovery index that was made public from early on in the investigation. So this was like before they had all their discovery, but they do mention in that index that the Hoosier Harv store footage was 54 minutes fast, which is interesting because at the beginning, the reporting was that the girls were dropped off at 1 o'clock. And as time went on, that time frame kind of has shifted about 30 to 60 minutes later, which is interesting. Lawyer you know sent me here. Really? DB, did you see that? DB is DB. Lawyer you know. He has a poster of Lawyer you know hanging above his bed, and he says good morning and good night to it every day and night. Welcome, CBC. It's nice to see you. Lawyer you know, my twin? Okay, let's go to Twitter. This is probably a good thing to do. We are going to look at Delphi trial hashtag. Seems to be what people are using.
Person responsible.
So Doug Carter in 2019 says this is the person responsible. This sketch is the person responsible for murdering the girls.
The sketch, which you will see shortly, is the person responsible for the murders.
There's no ambiguity here. This is the person.
Weird. The state has changed their story. That is very interesting. Very, very interesting. It will be very interesting to see how this unfolds. JLR?
What's the strategy today? Winning. You think your client's going to get a fair trial?
We don't have any comment.
Oh, look, EMA director. There's Brad Rosie, investigator Matthew Hoffman. Some rando. I don't know who that is. Probably another, maybe a paralegal or assistant. I know that's not Auger, is it? No. Oh, okay, nice. Telling them to move their car. The lead attorneys. The lead attorneys telling them to move the truck. Bunch of clowns. Bunch of clowns. Cameras confiscated outside Delphi courthouse ahead of trial. I don't know if they were confiscated. I just think they can't have them. Oops. Well, now I'm frozen. DB. Still waiting on updates, I guess, really. He's okay with people streaming him. Thank you, Trish. These goddamn ribbons. I haven't seen the ribbons, fortunately. I have not seen any ribbons on the courthouse. Tar Heel Girl. Hi, Tar Heel Girl. Welcome. Hi, Ange. Love your work. I'm so nervous. Thanks for holding our hand. We're all nervous. Rosie already got a ticket. People are being towed. What will it take for the public to have enough? What do we think? What will it take? Can chat pick a banner? Yeah, DB. They sure can. Chat can do anything they want. Chat, what should we name our banner? Towing folks, for fuck's sake. Rozzy ticket was from July hearing. He did get one. Yeah, let's see. He got one. We know he got one 2 days in a row recently, T, which I didn't believe until I saw the newsletter. Bob Siegel had a video of Rozzy getting a ticket. Hoosier says, that's what I'm hearing said during opening statements. Hoosier, can you repeat that? Because I missed it. I'm all over the place. They put up fences, but if any of our friends want to... Oh, okay. So apparently the state thought that the hair found in Abby's hand belonged to a family member, so they never had it compared to anyone. Did they say anything about a partial thumbprint during the opening? I think that Choo Choo Crime Tube has a clip of Tobe Lesenby talking about a partial thumbprint. If I'm not mistaken. That's quite egregious. I don't have another word for it. I don't have another word for that if that is in fact true. That better not be true, says Sleuthy. Yeah, that better not be true. That's probably true, though. All right, so here we go. This is Choo Choo Crime Tube. Little androgynous true crime blob. Here's a link to the channel. It's pretty funny, if I do say so. We're going to share this video. Never fucking tested the hair. What in the hillbilly ass thing to do, Veronica? I'm with you. So the killer has a partial... So the killer has a partial thumb, while Richard Allen's thumbs are completely intact. They didn't test the hair? What the actual fuck? They admitted early on that they lost a print. It's not the same, is it? Could be. 70 days of lost interviews. Nothing surprises us here. Let's see what Chooch has to say about a fingerprint. I'm pretty sure that Barbara McDonald talked to Tobe about fingerprints.
I asked him about fingerprints.
There were some fingerprints collected.
Do you know if those fingerprints belong to the killer?
That I do not know.
I asked him about fingerprints.
There were some fingerprints collected.
Do you know if those fingerprints belong to the killer?
That I do not know.
Hey, y'all. So, come here, Wolf. Hi. we have a visitor. Again. Oops. Hi, Booney. Here's our wolf. This is Boone. Boone is our assistant. He is alerting me to needing to go potty. So what we're going to do, should I play some chooch while I take him out? What should I do? I'll just play a couple choochies while I take him out. And I'll be right back. Hi, Shay. Got my hot chocolate and a pair of gloves, and I'm ready. I am wrapped in my granny blanket always. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna play a DB. Oh, okay. First, here's what we're gonna do. I need to make like a playlist or something so I can just play it. Here's a video that we put out last night that our very own DB is working on a cinematic masterpiece. And it will be coming out. When is it coming out, DB? I don't want to misspeak and put unnecessary pressure on you. Sorry. When is this cinematic masterpiece premiering, DB? Hi, Oksana, if you want to come on in a minute, I'm going to take the baby out and then, this is going to air tonight. Perfect. So this video, the full length feature is going to come out later tonight. We're going to play a preview of it. And Oksana, if you want to come on when I come back inside, oh my gosh, I would love that. If not, it's okay. Give me about 10 minutes, y'all. We're going to play DB's video first, and then we'll play some chooch, and I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience.
A .40 caliber Smith & Wesson. What is unique about this round? Well, absolutely nothing. That's kind of the point. Because of how unremarkable it is, it's actually quite common. Unlike the unspent round in States Exhibit 64, this round did not just appear magically. The author Wendell Berry wrote in an essay, "The entrance into the woods, when there's very little to look at, you can see it closely." What's up, everybody? Who's all out there huffing on the pack? Kobe and Prime. Yeah, I got this shit fucking 24 hours. DB did a Pepe. Well, thank you. Thank you. Never mind. I don't want to say anyone's name. Let's check out this too. Let's see. We got some things. We got some things here.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
What do you guys think the outfit is like today for one Nicholas McClelland? Do you think he went with the muted natural colors, or did he do a plaid?
I'm the judge. I do my job. You're the media. You figure out how to do yours.
That's just mean. Oh my God. Oops. That's gonna cause Angela to get attacked online. That was an accident. Hey guys, how y'all doing? How you feeling? Who's picking their fingers right now? Who is tapping their foot? Is anybody tapping the table with their fingers? Who's chewing their fingers? If it's you, stop. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Who here is going to abuse caffeine today? Me. I think I'm going to do an abuse onto caffeine. If you're new in the chat, listen. This is a deep cut, okay? This channel is quite a deep cut. We've made memes inside of memes, inside of memes. So it's really fun for the people who have been part of the process. Unfortunately, it means there's a whole different language. So we apologize if it doesn't make sense. You're wondering why there's a bunch of raging socialist, gay, autistic lunatics in the chat screaming, attack the timeline in their diapers. Just it'll make sense if you hang out for a little longer, or it won't, and you'll leave because you're normal. But whatever you decide to do, really cool with whatever. So I had another clip, little funny clip. You might have seen it. I posted it somewhere. It's uploading. Joe Schmo didn't make it? What the fuck? That is so fucked up. Oh, okay. Check it. Discord. Am I in trouble for getting on here and talking? I'm sorry. I can leave. Am I getting private messages in Discord telling me to halt before I do a nonsense? Whew. Yikes, dude. I'm going to do a reporting. Coming to you live from hell. Good Lord. Hey, boys. We got one. Franny Gold just stringing this thing up. Holy fuck. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting this little thing here. This is going to be very interesting. Nobody's bored. I'm not reading the chat because I'm downloading this, so y'all can have a see. This fucking goof troop of a show we got going on here. I did hear somebody say, I'm ready for the show today that was in line. They're very, the families, the girls type of person, which I agree with all that, but like, why are you calling it a show, bro? That's kind of fucked up. Okay, well, I upload that. Check this.
What's the strategy today? Winning. You think your client's going to get a fair trial?
We don't have any
Andy did a Snoop Dogg. Okay. Delphi. I think I named it LOLOLOL. Yep, there it is. Oh, we've exceeded the amount of storage. I did too many memes. Oh my God, too many fucking. Okay. Breaking #Delphi. Judge Fran Gull rules composite sketches aren't admissible in Delphi trial. Sketches seen below. Well, Kit Hanley. Thank you so much, Kit Hanley, for letting us know which sketches you were referring to. I don't know if we would have been able to figure that one out because I think these were all over the motherfucking place. So what does that mean? I want to see the ruling. Did she rule from the bench? Is there an order? Because I find this is a little bit lacking in the total amount of information, because I would like to see whether or not they ruled out the witnesses or just the sketches, because I would imagine that they're going to want to make reference to some of the interviews. And it's just kind of crazy in general, because if they interviewed these people and they identified something that was at least somewhat identifying, like a blue coat, fucking looked angry, he, whatever Gray Hughes says, like, was identified by these people, right? What are they not going to be able to talk about that? You would think the state would want to talk about that, but if that part is ruled out too, then we need to start making a list of shit that's not coming into the trial that was in the PCA, because it's getting kind of long. The Devil's Hop Yard. What's next? DNA bot matching Alan is inadmissible too. They got DNA bots, dude. What the fuck? I'm just kidding. Yeah, DNA not matching Alan. Well, It doesn't match Alan. We don't know if it matches him or not. They didn't fucking test it. Did the defense test it? I don't know. Whose is it? Criminal Network says BG video and Libby's phone and Abby's Snapchat pic cannot be used. Why? Because of chain of custody or lack of metadata? Who are the four? We know, DB. I know you guys too. Thanks. The fix is in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Court started 11 minutes late. Wait, what? New. According to Russ McQuaid, court started 11 minutes late. Judge Cole announced she confiscated 4 cameras and had the memory cards erased. Those 4 are now banned from the trial. Hotog. Hot dog? Hotog. Is this backwards? Is this an anagram? Jagoto. I don't know. DB cares not about the updates and what they can do for you. Hey! What up, 4 Pits? Don't you dare, Torso. How about you? How about I tell you about theatrics, Veronica? Is Veronica and Fiend still beefing? Veronica, you take his arms, I'll take his legs. We'll throw his ass in a fucking dumpster. Girl, is that what I need? I need something. Hey, like the video if you like the video so far. It's a stream. If you like the stream, like the stream. You know? Maybe they're gonna actually maybe a rich benefactor is gonna come in here and donate. Maybe Peter Tragos, my identical twin, is gonna come in here and donate. So donate memberships, and if you don't like the video, you don't get a membership. That's how it works. So I am doing a journalism. I just talked about liking the video, and that's journalism. Dude, they fucking did more coverage critical of the police on parking than they did on any of these crazy rulings the last couple of days. What I like to do, guys, is I like to go backwards. We love a DB nonsense. Thank you. You know, some people don't. My name is Alex. You can call me Dick. Her. How do you get Dick from Alex? Okay, well. DB's quick when you don't want it quick and slow when you want it quick. Well, sorry, folks. I'm that scratch you can't itch because for some reason, DB's got your arms. Tied you into a knot. Attacketh. It time that. Okay, I'm going to go back down and out of order again. I'm coming back down. Nice to see the boys in trucks. That's what I thought too. Brad Rosie drives a Ram. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, this is what's going to be fucking hilarious. Is going to be how pedantic and fucking weaselly this little rodent can be when he objects. It's going to be funny. I wonder if he objects in opening. That would be fucking hilarious. Grudge goal. That was harder to say than I thought. Oh, yay. Sorry, I did it all over the place. Wait, did you unmute yourself after you came back into your home?
Hi, yeah. I unmuted. Hey, everybody. Thank you, DB. Everyone, drop a 1 in the chat for DB, our favorite baby girl, giving us a journalism, giving us the best journalism. He's the best.
Thank you. I do have to get the barbacoa ready for the next wave. So
Please do. Yes, thank you, sir.
and I'm really hoping that I'm trying to get unemployment. I'm trying to get my boss to fire me just for 3 weeks for the trial and everything so I can cover it. But
awesome. Oh, Curious Luke has gifted 10 memberships.
Oh my God, fog reveal.
Thank you, Curious Luke. Excuse me. Thank you, Curious Luke. My dear good friend Jason Jensen is in the chat. Hello, Jason. Welcome. Welcome to the nightmare. We've been in this nightmare together for a while, my friend. Jason Jensen is wonderful. We're happy he's here. He is a dog on a bone when it comes to the truth. He will not stop until he finds it. I hope everyone enjoys their enjoy hose, says Luke. Enjoy. So Fiend, are you sure you don't have your membership turned off? We're gonna crowdfund for Fiend to get an R&M membership. $2.99 a month, Fiend. We're gonna do it for you. We're gonna help you out. Everyone, if you can hear Boone crunching on his snack, I hope you enjoy it. What does everyone think about the jury's opinion will be of? Oh, what does everyone think the jury's opinion will be about Gull's bad attitude? I don't know. Veronica did not get a membership. Everyone, make sure that you have, in case, double check and make sure that in your YouTube settings, you are accepting memberships, because I guess there's like a setting you have to turn on. How can she wipe a memory card? And one of them was a photog is what Russ said. So like a, let's find out. Let's go. Let's see what we got on the tweeter. Let's see, Delphi. Yep, Judge Gull has ruled that composite sketches are not admissible. This woman seems to be setting up a reversible error after reversible error. If I'm murder she, oops, okay, nope, sorry, can't read that. Sorry, all eyes, I love you. Cyrus says, I secured a seat in the courtroom, have been trying to get a picture of Richard Allen, but it has been difficult. Hard to perfectly, oh my goodness. Oops, Cyrus, I think I just did an expose of you doing breaking rules. Oops, everybody look away. It'd be nice, though, if we could get a photo of Richard Allen. Hi, Jer. I wish I could hang out. Oh, my goodness. Jer, we're with you. It won't allow me to gift membership. Why? Good. They don't seem concerned about an appeal. I don't know why. It's weird. Law enforcement and ISP officials were the ones who said that others were involved. This is true, Salty Sleuth. Yeah, I think that probably what happened, DB is probably right. They were probably not even inside, like the courtroom. I'm going to link. So I'm going to link my, I always do this wrong. I don't want to do this. Okay, so now we've got a judge who's literally, I'm sorry. What the fuck is happening? So Kit Hanley, who y'all follow Kit for updates, she's been really good about giving timely Delphi updates. Here's her Twitter. So according to motherfucker. That is outrageous. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. I'm like, nothing should surprise us. So, y'all, here's my link tree. It has all of my links on it. It has all my social media. And I believe there's a membership link on there too. And if not, I'll send it in a minute. But I want to talk about this for a second. According to Russ McQuaid, court started 11 minutes late. I'm not going to harp on that because I'm always late. Judge Gull announced that she confiscated 4 cameras and had the memory cards erased. Oh, she announced this because that was important to announce. She wanted everybody to know that she confiscated 4 cameras and had all their memory cards erased. Those 4 individuals are now banned from trial. Cool. Among them, a wire service and a network photographer. Tune in to CBS 4. One of them wasn't even taking pictures. He put his camera down when jurors pulled up. It is my understanding that that Judge Gull explicitly said she didn't want anyone taking. This is why we can't have nice things. Judge Gull explicitly said she didn't want anyone taking pictures of the marked off area where she and the jury would enter. It's airspace. Oh, DB did a link. Okay, let's click it.
Okay, never mind.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna click it. You want me to, right?
Yeah, I was just telling you there's a little link back here. That's
A little linky dink.
And also, really quick,
Yeah.
who deleted the? Like, are you an expert? Do you know how
Right.
to operate the camera?
Right.
Do you know that you only deleted? I mean, you wiped the memory card. They spent thousands of dollars to be there and take pictures as a professional photographer. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Did they have fucking Mullen do it?
Look,
Mr. Wipey?
cameras of journalists outside of the courthouse. They weren't even inside. They're in public airspace, my dude. Is this real life? Okay.
Also, really quick,
Yes.
that Twitter profile, that dude saying that he was taking a picture of Richard Allen,
Yeah, he's a troll, right?
is it real?
I have no idea. He's not real, you said?
Well, think about it. Like, you just have people posting you're doing all this wild shit on Twitter.
Right,
and then they're
right,
like,
yeah.
people are doing wild shit and talking about it on Twitter.
Right.
We need
Like,
to
how
shut
would
this
he
shit
be?
down."
How would he be tweet? Like, yeah, exactly. That's like a Jerry Holman
It's a saboteur.
That's a saboteur. That's a third party saboteur. DB, you're absolutely right. Everybody hear that? Nobody's doing crazy shit. Check your texts. Okay. JLR gave an update. Ready? I'm sorry. I'm going to read this off really fast. Delphi mid-morning updates. Thank you, Hoosier. Love you. Prosecution opening was essentially the same as what they've been saying. They believe Richard Allen wanted to have his way with Libby and Abby, but may have been interrupted. Unspent bullet at the scene is key evidence. The defense pointed out the various issues with the investigation itself. For example, the hairs in the victim's hands were not tested until recently. They also contended that the bodies were moved to where they were ultimately found. Nice. Judge Gull is incredibly disturbed. And the jury won't see how she treats the public or will have no idea of how she's handling public access because they're entirely sequestered, which really helps her. How is it possible that they have hairs in Abby's hand that were not tested until recently? Auntie Bev makes a great point. They were certainly more than happy to allow journalists to take pictures of Rick Allen shackled up in scary prison garb. Now that he looks like a normal, well-dressed, tiny human, they're destroying camera memory. Let's keep going. When Gannett photographer Alex Martin saw 2 vans approach, he put his camera on his hip and set the second camera on the ground. Special Judge Francis Gull made it clear during Thursday's media orientation photographs or videos of the jurors was forbidden. Martin obliged. After jurors were unloaded, law enforcement came out from the shrouded fence and confiscated cameras. I wasn't taking pictures of jurors, said Martin, who was standing in an approved area outside the courthouse. 4 or 5 other photographers also had their cameras taken. It has yet to be determined whether the cameras, which included both still photo and video, will be returned. Good. Maybe y'all will finally get fucking pissed when it affects you. Maybe this is what needs to happen. Maybe the media needs to have their fucking rights infringed on and their access cut off and their shit stolen and deleted. Like, this is not a fucking police state. Regardless of what Judge Gohl and Carroll County law enforcement and Indiana State Police try and force upon us, it is not a fucking police state. Now that mainstream media is in the firing line, maybe they will fight back. They wiped the camera without even checking to see if he actually had photos of the jury. Correct, DB. I don't think that a major news outlet's representative is going to lie about that. FOIA the body cams, for sure. Anybody in here bored? Anybody in here like to be a FOIA warrior? This is an open call to action. FOIA the body cam. Footage, add to banner. Okay. Call to action. FOIA. Body cam footage of today outside courthouse of all, who did they say it was? Just all. Law enforcement? Unbelievable. She doesn't care because she doesn't have to answer to anyone. Remember, she's one of 4 counties in Indiana that doesn't answer to anyone and governs themselves. If anybody is a tweeter, please tweet out this article. Please tweet out this article and express your concern and disgust with the fact that this judge is not only breaking black and white laws, hey, bonkers, here's what you've missed. I'll reread it. This is what I'm screaming about today. Cameras confiscated outside the Delphi courthouse. Cameras of journalists outside the courthouse were stolen. Okay? Stolen. Oksana says, now I get why the cops were flying a drone around 7:30 a.m. This trial is not even going to go the distance. Calling it, says USA Libertarian. What hashtag? What's our hashtag for our rage? Should we just commandeer the Delphi trial hashtag? Do you think JLR would mind if you played his recent update live? If someone wants to ask him, I'm happy to do it. Dean is looking for it. Gilletta is a local warrior. This is everyday life in a Midwest town. We have no rights anymore. We only find that out when we try and exercise them. We're taking the hashtag. Delphi trial is now the hashtag of all of our rage. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not going to share it. I don't want to get, but I will, if anyone has Thank you so much, Shay. The fact that Judge Gold answers to no one must be why she was picked for this trial. I've seen good judges and bad judges. We've heard of totally corrupt judges, but I've never seen a judge like this. Nope. I feel very deflated after seeing it firsthand. Oksana, if you want to talk about it, love to hear it. If not, it's okay. Judge Gold seems to think she owns the sidewalk. No sketches allowed. That in itself is sketchy. Maybe the really juicy memes go on Carroll County. Yeah. Okay, everybody. So I need to do like a I need to make a background so I can like put stuff up. Maybe I'll do that over break. Hey, Hammy, here's what happened. We're reading this article together. Cameras of journalists outside the courthouse were confiscated, stolen shortly after jurors arrived on Friday morning. When Gannett photographer Alex Martin saw two vans approach, he approached the shrouded fences on the west side of the courthouse. He put his camera on his hip and set the second camera on the ground. Special Judge Francis Gull made it clear during Thursday's media orientation that photographs or videos of jurors was forbidden. Martin obliged. After the jurors were unloaded, law enforcement came out from the shrouded fence and confiscated cameras. What law enforcement? Oksana wants to jump in. Yes, she has you have the link, Oksana, if you want. If you want. Here it is. I'll send it again. Right there, Mama. There it is. There it is, Mama. Yeah, she wanted to make an example of everyone, but no one actually broke the rules, so she just went outside to find some people to bully. Oksana, I can try and I'll send it in Twitter too if you need it in Twitter. Here it is. This is outrageous, man. Absolutely outrageous. None of us are surprised. We know that this is what she do. But man, it's terrifying, huh? I know. Can Oksana please say Mr. Pancake? Yes. Mara's there live as well. Awesome. Yes, there she is. Oksana, I'm about to pop you in. Ready or not, here you come. Hello, my love.
Hello.
How are
Can
you?
hear me?
Yes, hear you perfectly.
Okay, good. I'm driving, so it might be a little.
Yes, you are. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Hey. Hi, pancakes.
Nice.
Yeah, so I am feeling a little blah after seeing it all. Just completely no care for public interest. It was all about there's tons of cops. I got there around 10 p.m. Stayed in the car till like 3 a.m. listening, trying to sleep and whatever. And then around 3:30, walked out. And there was some people, there was not a lot, but tons of cops were driving by.
Yeah.
Right across where like everybody was, waiting right across the street, in between two buildings, there was a cop, facing us, like blaring their lights at us, watching us pretty much the whole time. Tons of cops. I don't know how many cars, but a lot. Right before, I think maybe 7:30-ish, 7:40, a lady came out, law enforcement, police officer, whatever, bailiff, and she said there's only 24 seats available, and whoever gets in, 24 seats, and that's it. Everybody else will be turned around. They didn't give us the tickets numbers or anything, and very shortly after, people started jumping in front of the line. So in the very front, there were some people that I don't want to name, that were, arrived last night. And so they had a few, I think at least two that I saw, no, three, maybe more. People just jumped in. And all of us are kind of in the back. There's 10 or 15. I mean, we came up and asked them, like, hey, one lady, I mean, she talked to us about how many of us are in line. And we told her, like, there's about 25 that we are estimating. I was like the 25th or something. And she's like, oh, okay, so I might be able to get in. I heard there's 30 seats. And then all of a sudden, she's in the front of the line with another guy and another. And then Susan Hendricks showed up also, went in front of the line. So by the time it was our time to get into the courthouse, we kind of figured there might not be enough seats. Went through the fancy new metal detector, tons of law enforcement officers, obviously. Nobody had a smile, of course. I mean, it just felt like we were just entering the jail or something. Announced several times, do not bring the phones, do not bring any watches, any electronics. You can leave your phones. Thankfully, some people that had the phones, they were able to leave them. Just had to shut off. And then you go, and Tony Liggett downstairs waiting, with the tons of his partners. And then by the time we get to the third floor, it's kind of like a circle. The building is like the whole floor is like you go upstairs and there's like a circle. And we got in line, and then some people again jumped in line. So they don't. And we talked to a few bailiffs there, like, and explained to them that there's some people that jumped in front of the line. Do they have any? Is there a process? There's only 24 seats. We thought there was going to be 30. And he's like, no, it's just completely no care. I'm like, we can show you. There's two ladies. There's like 10 of us can verify that they came in way after us. We were there since 3:30.
Right.
No care in the world. Absolutely no care.
So
And
y'all
then
tried to address this, and we're
they tried.
basically, ignored.
Oh, there was absolutely no care. And then by the time we got to the courtroom, people that were coming in out, after us, they were able to kind of get into the line because the line was kind of circle line. And so, there's no way to tell who is who. And, they should have thought of some kind of way to, if there's only 24 seats available. By the way, last night, I guess during that media, dog and pony show, sorry, I'm driving by this big truck. They said there's going to be 30 seats allocated to the public, plus maybe some, a few more available if members of the family, because there's 30 family member seats. Abby, Libby, and Rick Allen. 10 seats for each family. So we got into the courtroom, and then by the way, there could have been at least two rows of seats easily could have fit. And then there's some chairs by the wall in the back of the courtroom, and immediately we were told nobody's allowed to sit there. Why? There's a desk and like 4 chairs alongside the wall. Why? There could have been another 2 rows of seats. No, can use those 4, 6 chairs.
Yeah.
And then people, of course, there's like no rhyme or reason. There's no, nobody, no any kind of organization. So people were sitting down and then, putting their bags on the next seat next to them, not allowing anybody to sit. And so we were, first 2 rows were reserved for the family. So there was still some seats available. So they told us to leave the courtroom and wait, maybe, if there are some seats available by the time court hearing is about to start, maybe, they will let us in. But no, family came in. So I'll tell you a little bit about like the families were, I could tell, very emotional. Libby and Abby's families were, family members were visibly very emotional. At the very end, Rick Allen's family showed up, and Kathy was, you could tell she was very nervous. Like her face was just, oh, my heart broke for her. Like she just was, I don't know. very well. I mean, you can tell that she was very stoic, but
Mhm.
very, very nervous. Andy was very confident, very calm. He was talking to family members in a very fatherly kind of way. It was very, I loved seeing that. He was very calm.
Good.
I could tell that he was in good spirits. Brad was a little, you know how he's like, if you don't know, you've never seen him, you can like think he's a little cocky or something, but no, he's very confident, good mood. Nick, he looked nervous. You could tell he looked nervous. He was the only one that looked nervous. He was kind of like running in and out of the courtroom, trying to smile, trying to talk to bailiffs, but you could tell he was nervous. And then Jerry Holman showed up. He did not look nervous at all. Smiled at the crowd. Walked in very confidently. And at the very end, while we were standing, like we already knew we're not going to get in, but we're like, okay, let's just wait. Maybe we can hear through through the doors. And then out of the elevator, all of a sudden there's like four tall men in '05 in really tall, like suits, good looking guys. And then I realized in between of them all was Rick Allen. And he had khaki pants and nice shirt. His hair was, like he looked good. He looked at all of us like he made eye contact. He looked, I've only seen him once before the hearing in May. He looked way better.
What was he? He was wearing khaki pants, and what was he wearing
Yeah,
on
and
top?
it was like a white shirt striped with like light pink or something. I don't know. Hard to.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think I could do a sketch.
Like a button down.
Button down. Yeah. No tie, but it was pressed. It was ironed. It was pressed shirt. He looked good.
Good.
He wasn't he wasn't handcuffed or shackled. And the guards who were kind of walking him like he was in the middle of them all, they had suits on, like men in black.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. So overall, but it's just could have been so many more people in that courtroom. At least another 20. There was
So you think at least 20 more?
At least 20 more. Yeah, there's four rows of seats, 9 each. Well, no, on both sides. So there's 72 seats. And they could have fit another 2 rows at least, and there were chairs in the back of the room. I don't know why people were not allowed to sit chairs.
Okay.
No idea.
Okay.
So
did you happen to see if Rick Allen? Oh, sorry, Oksana.
No, go
someone
ahead.
was just
Go ahead.
asking, did you see if Rick Allen's daughter was there? Did you see his family, or were you not able to see them?
I think so. So Brad went downstairs at the very end, like right before the hearing was about to start, when everybody was already seated. He went downstairs. He kind of came out and looked at at the crowd and like looking for someone. I could tell he was looking for someone, and he like, oh, okay, no one there. And he went down the steps into the first floor, and then he came back with 5 or 6 people, and Kathy was leading the way, and I think it was Rick's mom. I think I saw younger woman, dark hair. So I think it was her. I think it was his daughter. But there were several. There was like 6 or 7 people. Kathy looked really good. Just her face was she was like white.
Yeah. I can't imagine. Yeah, I heard Sleuthy messaged and said she believes that Rick's daughter is there today.
I think so. I mean, it had to be her. I've never, it had to be her. And then the very last one was, I think it was Libby's dad. Was it Derek?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he was the very last one who came in by himself.
Good. Okay. That's good. So family was there. Let's see. I've got an update. It says, Russ McQuaid says Allen was unshackled in normal clothing, clean shaven, appeared more bright-eyed than usual. He was accompanied by corrections officers who were also in normal clothing, as he's not meant to look like a prisoner in front of the jury. Okay.
Yes, he looked
those
good.
were
You could
corrections.
tell, like groomed. You can tell his face was bright. He looked at he made eye contact. He wasn't, just looking, in his face. Like he made eye contact and like maybe half smiled. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, Andy came out and went around the corner, and then when he came back, several of us said, "Hey, good luck," something, and he smiled at us.
Good.
So I feel very good about how defense attorneys felt and presented themselves. Nick was nervous to me. He looked nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Holman wasn't. I didn't see Doug Carter. Tony Liggett kind of stayed in the hallway. He didn't go in.
Okay.
They were all good. I mean, very well dressed, all of them. Nick was sporting a nice suit and shoes, and he was dressed definitely. Took him some time to get ready this morning for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Looked good. Yeah, they all look like I was very happy to see Andy and Brad looking confident and not nervous. Like they were, calm.
Mm-hmm. Good.
So
That's good.
yeah. But during that, I don't know, it's probably side note, but during those four something hours that we stood in line, Andrea was awesome to just hang out with her. I was between her and lawyer Lee, so I don't regret going at all. It
Good.
was awesome. We were in the back of the line in the misfits corner.
Right.
It was
Yeah.
awesome. It was awesome. There was like one guy from Louisville he was a crime junkie. His wife is watching kids, and she said, "I understand, honey, you can go, I'll let you go." It's like I always wanted to go. It's one trial I want to go to. So he was, and then there was two girls, one from California, one from Texas, that came for this trial. They're gonna stay here a week. So
Wow.
there were people like I saw some new people
Yeah, from all over.
from all over the place. Yeah,
Yeah. And Andrea and Lawyer Lee, did they get in?
they got in. Yep.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yes. And Bob came in while we were already kicked out of the courtroom. And he was, I could tell that he was like, "Hey, someone," he talked to bailiff, and bailiff's like, do you have a pass?" He's like, no. Like, I'm here with someone's going to come get me. He's like, "Well, just wait here." And then Brad was coming back from bringing the family up, and he saw him. He's like, "Okay, he's with me." So he
Good.
got in.
Oh,
Yep.
good. Okay. So
So,
we've
yeah.
got Lawyer Lee, Andrea Burkhart, and Bob Mata, 3 defense attorneys, criminal defense attorneys who are
All 3
inside
of them.
the courtroom today.
Yes. Yeah.
Good.
Yes. I think Donnie, what's his name? Donnie. He was a part of
Donnie.
the pool. Donnie. He
Donnie
got
is
in. He
in.
was one of the two. Yeah, they drew their numbers yesterday, and he got in.
Good. So we've got we got Bob Mata, Lawyer Lee, Andrea Burkhart, and Donnie Burgess, who
And
I will
Bob
share.
Segal.
Bob Segal was inside.
Bob Segal. I saw him too. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like the defense wanted Bob in one of their seats, and that's good with me.
Yes.
What
Yes, absolutely.
it's the least that they could have at this point.
We'll have plenty of content for sure.
Mm-hmm. Woman doing
Yeah.
a shadow binge that I posted a link for Donnie. Awesome. That's wonderful. So how are you feeling? I know you mentioned to me earlier that you are not going to try to go back out in the afternoon, which it sounds like from what you've described. I don't blame you.
But I'll come, next week. It's just tonight, after being there all night, and I didn't know if they're going to break or not, and how many people did not go in, right? So I'm going to try once a week at least. Maybe today was just so many people, but 24 seats, it's not that many. I mean, you literally have to be there at 4:00 in the morning, and now it was freezing.
I know.
It was so freezing, but it was beautiful because the moon was like right above us, so bright. I mean, it didn't even feel like it was the nighttime.
Right.
Yeah,
it was
so I
really
don't,
cool.
and then having all those conversations I had Andrea all too. We had her all to ourselves, and literally, so picked her brain a lot. It was awesome. It was
Well,
great 4 hours.
DB, our baby girl DB, was asking if you could talk about Andrea Burkhart and Lawyer Lee's their outfits.
So Lawyer Lee, no, I'm sorry, Andrea had really cool leather-like purple pants, blue jacket, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Laura Lee had like a fur coat and a white hat,
Mm-hmm.
and I think black skirt. Yeah, Andrea had purple pants, black
Good.
boots, and I think blue jacket. She was all. I mean, she didn't have. I didn't think that she was dressed for the weather, but she was. In really good spirits. She was. She was awesome. She's tough. She's a tough one.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Thank you so much, Hoosier. Hoosier Cold Cases. We love you, Hoosier. Thank you. The Delphi runway says bonkers. Good. So, how are you feeling overall about? Oh, well, actually, let me finish reading this article. I want you to hear it, Oksana, because I know you've been driving, so I don't know if you actually got to hear this. So I'm gonna actually finish it through it. It says, and this is by Journal and Courier. Cameras confiscated outside the courthouse. Cameras of journalists outside the courthouse were confiscated shortly after jurors arrived on Friday morning. When Gannett photographer Alex Martin saw two vans approaching the shrouded fences on the west side of the courthouse, he put his camera on his hip and set the second camera on the ground. Special Judge Francis Gull made it clear during Thursday's media orientation that photographs or videos of the jurors was forbidden, and Martin obliged. After the jurors were unloaded, law enforcement came out from the shrouded fence and confiscated the cameras. Quote, "I wasn't taking pictures of jurors," end quote, said Martin, who was standing in an approved area outside the courthouse. 4 or 5 other photographers also had their cameras taken, Martin said. It has yet to be determined it has yet to be determined whether the cameras, which included both still photo and video cams, will be returned, Martin said.
I did not see. So if you're facing the courthouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the right was where like that fence that supposedly like cost $80,000, by the way.
Right.
To the right, that kind of started and went around the back of the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
I only saw photographers in front of the building where we were. So to the to that right side, I didn't see any photographers, but around 7:30, one police officer came out, and we noted like he was starting up a drone. A drone, yes. So from that driveway, like a parking lot or whatever, and then and they went up, and it was kind of above us, but like above the courthouse.
Okay.
On that right side of the courthouse. I'm like, why drones? Like, we kind of laughed about it, but I don't know if the drones are like zooming in on photographers, possibly thinking that they could have. I didn't see anybody on the right side because there's like tons of cops there. We figured that's where the jurors are probably going to be going, to the side. I did not see any photographers. I mean, we went in like shortly after 8, but I think jurors got there between 7:30 and 8, and we were right there. So I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, somebody says drones are wild. Somebody, Bonkers Babe says they suddenly know how to do detective work.
Right? Oh yeah, they had dogs walking by us, drones, dogs.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Friends tell me that NBC and the Associated Press got booted and banned from outside the premises by Gull. The Associated Press got banned. They're going to file a writ. They will file. One of the lawyers that filed the last memo with the court was with the AP. So.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, definitely didn't feel any love from the. And Andrea was like, "This is our house. This courthouse is people's house."
No shit.
Yeah.
So we gotta go then. We all gotta go, which is what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
We're gonna
we
have to.
gotta
It
go.
looks like we have to go to Indiana, unfortunately. And I was hoping that I wouldn't have to. It sounds like I have to. We gotta go.
It's just, I think it's awesome that there's more publicity now. I'm so happy that there are people that are going, right? And YouTubers, because Indiana is kind of used to, kind of taking no for an answer. There's a lot of that mentality of like, no, okay, no, well, no means no. It's her say so or something, right? But it's starting to you can feel in the last couple of weeks, especially last week, it's brewing.
There's a groundswell of frustration and the level of tolerance that the media has exercised for this nonsense seems to be thinning out.
100%. But it felt like they were expecting some kind of riots, right? There were cop cars everywhere. One was like facing us, like parking lots blocked off. I mean, they were expecting some kind of insurrection, I swear.
Yep. I cannot believe this.
It was definitely, it was sad, and they were trained. I mean, I could tell there's fear in those cops' eyes when we walked into the courthouse. They're like, anytime we're just gonna jump them or something.
This is insanity. I cannot believe.
And there were so many, all of us who, maybe not all of us, but there's at least, there was about 20 people, I think, that didn't get in. We could have easily all gotten in.
They banned the Associated Press.
That's gonna, well, good. You know what? Good.
Barbara is giving a summary of opening statements on Court TV.
Good. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go. Thank you for letting me to jump in. I wanted to tell everybody how it was, and if I go next week, I will let.
Amazing. Oops, did we lose you? I think we lost Oksana. Well, Oksana, we love you. Thank you for being here. Love Oksana. Everybody say thank you, Oksana. She's the best. See, Mr. Pancake. Carrie, if you rewind a little bit, right when she logged on the screen, she did say hello to all the pancakes. So. Courtney just sent me OMFG in all caps 3 times. So let's see what she's talking about. Kira, what? What happened? What did Kira say? WTHR reporting it was a female relative of... WTHR is reporting that it was a female relative of Libby's hair. Nick took 15 minutes for opening statement, said a witness will tell them that she saw a man walking down the road in a blue coat, muddy and bloody. Okay. In 2019, she told them. Courtney's going to take a recording and send it. I just want everyone to think about a clutched hand and a piece of hair in their hand, and it's not Rick Allen's. That's interesting. Yes, Veronica, they tested the hair recently, is what the defense said. Jenny says, I don't believe that about the hair. I do. I believe it. Psalm 91 says, I'm at work with volume off reading comments. What time did the ones that got in start lining up? Because of line jumpers, saved seats, etc. Yeah, this is a good point. USA Libertarian says people are forgetting that they have to prove the family was not involved, period. In any investigation, you have to exclude the family, and excluding the family doesn't just mean they're family, so they'd never do this. It doesn't. It means that you exclude them. It's the least you could do for the family, because then they can carry on with their lives and not have to deal with the constant anxiety and scrutiny. However, even if you don't think the family was involved, regardless, it was not Rick Allen's hair. Kay, thank you so much, Kay. That's so sweet. Kay is a longtime supporter, and we love Kay. She speaks the truth. So now the state is alleging there were 2 weapons, one serrated and one not. was a relative of Libby's. The hair stayed in her hand. All Eyes asks, so that hair stayed in Abby's hand through crossing the creek and a literal murder, but 0 hairs from the killer were left during the actual murder. Yeah, it's perplexing. It's very perplexing, but they've been able to exclude that it is it's definitely not Rick's hair. One serrated and one not. So now this lone wolf, Rick Allen, apparently used 2 weapons to subdue and murder 2 victims, all on his own in under an hour. Awesome. Looks like they got that weapons expert after all. Hammy says, I know True Crime Design's going to have a field day with that hair if it belongs to a woman family member, remember? Yeah. So the one killer was using 3 weapons now, right? Because he also had a gun. Yep. So 2 knives and a gun. He's got 8 arms. That's all the tendrils that Doug Carter was talking about. Veronica says, I swear about a month or 2 after the murders at the nacho stand, law enforcement said there was a clump to a few strands of hair. Now they're saying Rick Allen walked around with a bang and 2 knives. Yeah, he's apparently a ninja. Yes, puppy power. They allegedly have said that the hair belongs to a blonde, what did they say, female member of Libby found in Abby's hand. I can hear the long hair gaslighting from states away. Tentacles. Yes, he was telling us all along that the killer was an octopus. Let's see what else is being reported. So it says the hair in Abby's hand was never tested against family members, and now the state is scrambling to find a match. This is insane. Yes, All Eyes, gun toot and multiple knife wield and stealth ninja. It was Edward Scissorhands, y'all. I can't even. Hey, Precascent, good to see you, my dear. Why are they such bad clowns? Why would it be in her hand? Good question. How is Nick not embarrassed? He's a narcissist, not a diagnosis. They spent $20,000 on DNA testing, but never tested the family until now. Are you sure that Doug Carter said tentacles and not testicles? Thierry says, my jaw is on the floor. Scrambling 7 years later. Wow. Y'all. They have found hair in Abby's hand from a blonde female member. Okay, Yellow just sent a clip. I'm going to play it. Whoops. Definitely not going to do it that way. See if I can do it this way. They're going to have another break at 12:30. Sorry, y'all. I can do this. Can y'all hear that? So they found, the sketches have been excluded, we know. They found female hair in Abby's hand, and they never tested that against family members, and now the state is scrambling to get that tested. Thank you, DB. DB is our wonderful banner updater, and we appreciate him immensely, even when we yell at him. One more coming through. 15 minutes to deliver that. He said the last phase that Abby and Libby saw before their throats were cut was that Yeah, right. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how I can share this video without let's read this article first. I know, y'all, I'm all over the place. I'm just trying to figure out like the best update to do first. So the state and the defense deliver opening statements in the Delphi murders trial. Opening statements have wrapped up in the Delphi murders case, with the prosecution and defense revealing their respective strategies to jurors. Richard Allen faces 4 counts. The case went unsolved, blah, blah, blah. We know that. If you're just tuning in, sorry. During opening statements, prosecutor Nick McClellan maintained that Allen is the bridge guy seen on Libby German's phone. He said that Allen stalked the girls and killed them. Abby and Libby, McClellan said, were walking on the Monon High Bridge, a rite of passage for young people who live in the area. They can't help but be weirdos. They can't help it. It's a very weird, culty thing to say. I'm sorry. The man said, down the hill, girls. Oh, girls down the hill. Now it's girls down the hill. Unless that's a typo. Before Libby's video cut off, a frantic search followed for the girls who were found dead on February 14th. McClellan said the jury will see graphic photos of the crime scene. The girls' throats were cut. According to McClellan, Allen confessed to details only the killer would know. He also said that Allen matches the description of a man seen on the bridge minutes before he was the girls were abducted. Does he? After McClellan delivered his opening statement, Allen's defense attorney Andrew Baldwin spoke before the court. He countered that witness descriptions are inconsistent and suggested that Allen suffered a mental health crisis that led him to confess. He also called the bullet evidence inconclusive. Baldwin challenged the murder investigation itself, suggesting that police botched the probe from the very start. The state lost evidence, Baldwin claimed, and tussled with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Baldwin echoed a statement he made during jury selection, saying a hair was found in Abby Williams' hand, but didn't. Okay, let me try again. Baldwin echoed a statement he made during jury selection, saying a hair found in Abby Williams' hand did not provide a match for Richard Allen. The defense attorney also suggested that the girls may have gone up an access road, gotten into a vehicle, and were killed elsewhere before being taken back to where the bodies were discovered near Deer Creek. Scott makes a great point. The man seen on the bridge, didn't they create a sketch of him? Yeah, they did, and Gold just excluded that sketch, that poofy-haired young man sketch. Earlier in proceedings, Gold ruled widely circulated composite sketches could not be used in court. Gold ultimately sided with the prosecution. Several members of the media drew ire of the court Friday. 4 media members, including a wire service and network photographer, had cameras confiscated and memory cards erased. They've been banned from the trial after pointing their cameras at prohibited areas outside the courtroom. When does the prosecution get sanctioned for waiting so long to turn over discovery? Wasn't there a defense motion? Yes. And Judge Gold denied that motion for sanctions. Judge Gold has ruled that they can talk about witness statements, but the sketches... Oh, they can talk about their witness statements, but they can't talk about the sketches. Cool. True Crime wants to know, how is any of this even legal? They were outside and in the proper reserved area. It's not. Defense managed to embarrass the artist. The witness statements were for the sketches, according to the FBI. Did we talk about 2 weapons yet? We mentioned that, Sleuthy. We said that this killer, Rick Allen, was apparently a ninja who was able to juggle 2 knives and a gun and kill 2 Teenage victims who were taller than him in under an hour. 2 knives, a gun, and there's no weapons found. No murder weapons found. The FBI still has the sketch on their website. I believe Yellow Jacket has a video she's going to send. How are we feeling, guys? We're not even halfway through the first day. We're fuming. Hair in Libby's found was never tested against family or friends of the girls. When is the next break? Asks Peter B. I think that we were told maybe around 12:30. Okay. And Courtney is giving us an update. Here is the meat of it. Sketches are out. Oops. Sketches are out. Hair was never tested against relatives. In 2019, Sarah Carbaugh changed her 2017 story and said the Blue Coat and Muddy Bloody story, quote, look like he just slaughtered a pig, end quote, which the defense countered is entirely different from her recorded statements 2 years earlier. Nick also took 15 minutes. Baldwin took an hour. Witnesses today are Becky, Kelsey, and Derek. So that makes sense. They're going to have the family testify early so that they can sit in on the entire trial, which is what they should do because the family should be allowed to bear witness to the entirety of the trial, even if they're witnesses. I don't know what the fucking problem is with Carbaugh, but that's really alarming. They never tested the hair against family members. The state is scrambling to do it now. Or I don't know. I don't know, Dennis. We need more info. This is the problem with the way that this trial is being conducted. MB is here. He says court resumes at 1:30 p.m. You are allowed to photograph public areas until the ambulance door closes. Gull is wrong, but she makes up her own laws. She'd say, fuck you, sue me. You're right, David Nolan. And they should sue her. I'm not the only crazy litigious nutcase saying that. The only way to get the court, you can't reason with somebody like this. Someone that I like and trust very much said, you can't use reason and logic. You have to use fear. You have to use fear. Gull fears nothing except maybe public humiliation and scrutiny. But even then, it doesn't matter. There are ways to force Judge Gull to follow the law. They took their cameras, Estrella, yes, and they erased the memory cards of their cameras. And we're told that they destroyed cameras. I don't have a source or a confirmation on that, so I'm not reporting that. She has no shame. She doesn't fear the public. Well, there's something that she fears. I don't know what it is, but I am crazy and litigious. Devil, I fear they'll kill him before an appeal. We'll be watching it happen then. Gina Baudet, the good Baudet, is here to give us some grounding. She says, I still trust that the jury won't convict. How could they? Criminal Network took 5 ibuprofens. Do we need to go over there? Oh, I can't. Yeah, it's weird that they're saying it said girls. Carroll County is God at destroying all things digital. So let's watch this clip that Courtney just shared. Never mind. Video processing. Let's watch this one.
The judge agreed with the state and they will not be coming in. The state
Holy
called those
fuck.
investigative tools and said they did not lead to the identification or arrest of Richard Allen and
my
therefore
God.
are irrelevant. And the judge agreed with that, so they will not be entered into evidence. We do know that there are some witnesses already being called by the state. The first one's up, Becky Patty, Libby's custodial grandmother, Derek German, Libby's father, who was to pick the girls up that day and was the first to discover that they were missing, and Kelsey German Siebert, the sister of Libby, who of course dropped the girls off at the trails that day.
There's one. Let's see if this plays. These are opening statements, y'all.
Was the face of Richard Allen. He says that they have a witness who in 2019 told them that she saw a man wearing a blue jacket walking on the road back to where they believe Richard Allen parked his car that day, and that he was muddy and bloody and looked like he had slaughtered a pig. Now, the defense had 1 hour to deliver their opening statement today, and that was delivered by Andrew Baldwin, and he said that same witness who described the muddy and bloody man in 2017, right after the murders happened, said the man had been wearing a tan jacket and was only muddy. The defense is going to be attacking the timeline. They say the timeline does not match Richard Allen's movements that day, and they say that there is evidence that his car was gone from that parking lot by 2:15 p.m. And of course, the abduction of the girls, as evidenced by that video on Libby's phone, happened at 2:13 p.m. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. We also found out today that there were 2 different weapons used in the murders of these 2 girls. One a serrated edge, one was not. Michael and Ted?
Did y'all hear in the defense opening? So, by the way, these are opening statements. No testimony has been provided today. None of this is true. Like, none of this is like, there can be no objections raised during opening statements, right? They're allowed to basically pretty much say what they want within the, within reason. It's they're allowed to present their theory. So no, I don't believe that anything is supporting the timeline as of yet. It sounds like it actually sounds like the defense said something about evidence that Richard Allen's car was gone by 2:15. So what's her name? Let me find it. Amazing. This is just, we're at day 1. We're hard on media and journalists. Yeah, Nolan, we are. I'm going to keep being hard on them because they're not doing enough. So Kit Hanley says, according to Russ McQuaid, court started 11 minutes late. We know that. Our Weircat asked her to clarify. Was the wire service the Associated Press? They have applied for bail, Peter B, twice. Well, they've tried to get bail and bond for him. They've been trying since day 1, pretty much, and that was denied. So they have been trying. Amazing. So Judge Gohl had law enforcement confiscate the equipment from the Associated Press, who were in a designated area. And they are banned from the trial. The Associated Press. Judge Gohl has banned the Associated Press from attending the Delphi murders trial. Let me pull up All Eyes. If y'all are not following All Eyes, we're going to link her. The only link you'll ever need. Follow legal case developments of the Delphi murders investigation and trial. I sent you a list of updates for you to add to. Okay, thank you. Awesome, DB, thank you. Judge Gold banned the Associated Press. They were banned because they had the audacity to stand in a media area and, well, point their cameras in the direction of where the jury would be. Gold banned the Associated Press. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, this DB did a thing. DB did a collab. Where's my email? AP Better Sue. Hey, Adrian. Adrian asks, hey, all, are there any news outlets allowed in? So Russ McQuaid is inside. Barbara McDonald is inside. What's this? I really like her reporting. What is her name? Kit Hanley is inside. She is with Fox 59 CBS 4. Oh, I'm sorry. She's not in, but Russ McQuaid is. And then we also know that Andrea Burkhart, Lawyer Lee, and Bob Mata are inside, as well as, I think I'm forgetting someone. Thank God. Did Greeno? I'm not sure. We're hearing some reports of some fuckery occurring in line this morning, Adrian. Everyone, if one of the mods can link Adrian's YouTube channel, I can do it after. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Sorry, y'all. Oh my God. Here we go. Share with me. DB, did you share that with me? Actually, I'll just do this. DB, I can't edit it, my friend. Sent a sharing link. It should give access. Weird. Why isn't it giving me access? Can you share it with email in the app? Because I don't know why it's not letting me. I'll try again. Weird. So we will add to this in a minute, but trial day 1. Oops. Thank you, DB, for doing this. Judge Gold ordered law enforcement to confiscate 5 photographers' cameras, allowed officers to destroy the contents without determining whether or not there was law violated. Judge Gold ordered that sketches are not able to be discussed at trial. The hair found in Abby's hand was never tested for DNA against a girl's family or friends. Nick McClellan said 2 separate weapons were used. The new quote is that the bridge guy said, "Girls down the hill." Amazing. Says guys. I know. It's weird that Fiend says, I can't keep up. We're not going to get any good updates until tonight. I wouldn't completely trust anything that comes out during the day. Fiend, we've been following this for years, and now you're like, nah, let's just get a change of heart. Yes, Richard Allen's family is in the courtroom. Mar says, oh, it's the Mandela effect. We didn't actually hear. Woman, can you send me that link in Twitter DM? Just because I can't. I gotta find a workaround. I can't click links in StreamYard for some reason. I don't know why. This is our Super Bowl. UCLA can file with a superior court for cameras. I know! Why won't anybody? Oh, okay. She's just dropping everyone's links. Thank you, my love. Family, I believe family is allowed to watch, is allowed to view. Certain witnesses are allowed to sit in for the trial. I don't know how they determine that or whatever, but. Oh, yeah, DB, that's smart, but that's because you have all the RAM. I need more RAM to do that. So I believe they're on a break now, right? Or no? Yes. And they'll resume at. Love that. Love that. Scribblers are working overtime. Only people attending or involved can request UCLA. Right. Fluffy bunny. Criminal networks. Thank you. All right. That's very interesting. These are some very interesting developments. – 30 p.m. Thank you, Matt. Matt. Nick couldn't work the podium. We have a month of this. Something has got to give, y'all. Oh, yeah, there's Susan with our duo. Love it. This is all so silly, y'all. Rick's wife will testify. She is listed as a witness, but I believe that immediate family can sit in for the entirety of the trial. I'm not sure how they determine that, but that would be an exhibit that we didn't get to see because Judge Cole is the lunatic. Did they say what color the hair is? I believe Barbara McDonald said it was a. I need to rewatch it. JLR has a great video up. I'm afraid to stream anyone's videos, but y'all hop over there if you want. I'm just nervous to do that. Prosecution. Oops. Let's see. I believe Trish asked earlier, but I don't know if we got an answer. So, per Bob, Nick experienced technical difficulties. That sounds about right. The purpose of overpriced podiums isn't to actually work them, it's to launder money. So I'm going to share. Here is JLR Investigates. Is Bob live? Who do we want to let's see. Here he is.
A couple months before. It's actually the lunch trial. They are breaking for lunch, folks. They are breaking for lunch. We're going to find out what happened here in a few, but people are leaving out of the courthouse here. Courthouse here. I don't know any specific ones. So Magnolia is finding out what it as we go along. We're gonna find gates. Oh, excuse me.
No. Sorry. Phoebe says, I love ethical and unethical updates. I don't know if I've been muted the whole time, but I think I was. I don't know anything about JLR. I just know he's on the ground
Investigate.
providing on the ground coverage, and that's what we're looking for. So
I'm gonna plant the camera here. I'm gonna tell Magnolia to go over there. I'm gonna ask Magnolia to go.
Oh. Okay, we've got Janice, Kathy, and Brittany. That is Rick Allen's entire family is there, and that is really awesome. I believe that's Brittany at least. Oh wait, no, that's Leave. That's Leave with Love. I don't know who that is, but that's at least Kathy and Janice. Maybe his daughter's off to the side. You have been muted. Did I mute myself? Oh, I have been muted. Oh my god.
Magnolia is getting some
I
details.
can't add to the update, TP. I'm not on the doc. He said, oh. This is the closest we got, I think, right, Sleuthy? Unless someone has more.
There goes.
I could go to the end where he's live.
Protesters or anything like that, and so far I see more media than people.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, there's plenty of parking around here. It's not like all the parking spaces are up. And,
well, they'll tell you, but
I did hear some.
I got your live footage right here.
Share some gossip.
Well, people down there were saying
that, you know, Barbara McDonald in Port TV,
Yeah.
she's here. And she's been covering this case forever. And she did the podcast called Down the Hill.
Down the Hill podcast.
Well, they were saying that she firmly and still to this day believes it's Ron Logan.
Really?
All right. Well, y'all are giving me agita, so let's forget that.
Many have been waiting for this moment for years. CBS 4's Russ McQuaid was among the first in line for court this morning. He joins us now live with the dramatic start to this trial. Russ?
Good afternoon, Melissa. It was attorneys for both sides, the prosecution and the defense, that laid out their respective cases for the guilt or innocence of Richard Allen. The prosecution says he confessed and knew details only the killer would know. The defense says there's no evidence linking their client to the killings. In the past, you've seen video of Richard Allen arriving here at Carroll County Courthouse for other hearings. However, you won't see any fresh video now because Judge Fran Gull has banned video of Allen or herself or jurors entering and exiting from a cordoned-off corner of the courthouse. The families of Abby Williams and Libby German arrived just before 8 a.m. And Allen's family is there too, as a dozen jurors and 4 alternates listen to opening statements of both the state and the defense. Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland went first and over the course of 20 minutes told jurors that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, the man who stalked Libby and Abby on the bridge that day, whose image was captured on Libby's cell phone. And he matches the description of a man seen on the Monon High Bridge in the minutes before the girls were abducted. And that Allen has confessed that he knew details only the killer would know. And investigators found a bullet that matches Allen's gun at the site where the girls' bodies were discovered. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin countered that the witness descriptions are inconsistent. Allen suffered a mental health crisis that led to false confessions. The bullet testing was inconclusive, and that the girls were likely abducted on Monday afternoon, February 13th, 2017, driven away from the bridge, killed elsewhere, and their bodies were placed not far from the banks of the Deer Creek. That early Tuesday morning the next day, several hours before they were found. And law enforcement, he said, this week is scrambling to explain the hair intertwined in Abby's hands that didn't come from Richard Allen, and that there is no DNA linking his clients to these murders. Judge Gull also ruled against the defense and in favor of the state.
Shocker.
The defense wanted to include those 2 sketches we've seen for a long time, an older man, kind of bearded, a slouch hat, and a younger man, curly hair, dark features, that have been trotted out by Indiana State Police sketch artists for the last several years, saying these are either suspects or people we're looking for who may have been on the bridge that day. The defense says these don't look anything at all like Richard Allen. We want to show that to the jury that this case is flawed. The prosecution said, we don't think it looks like Richard Allen either, but it wasn't meant to be Richard Allen. It was only meant to be an investigative tool. The judge ruled
But they're
in favor
literally
of the
saying,
state.
okay, but they're literally saying, how are they going to argue that it's not Richard Allen when they are literally saying, so they're going to use Sarah Carbaugh, who in 2017 said something completely different than she said in 2019. They're going to use her as her statements. However, they can't use the sketch that is based on her statements because it's not relevant to Richard Allen, but her statements are allegedly supposed to be describing Richard Allen. That makes no fucking goddamn sense. I'm sorry. That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. Thank you, All Eyes. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think we'll just stick to the larger networks for now because and we can send people over there. That's I'm happy to do that. Geez, yeah, Bridge Guy and the sketches go hand in hand, and the witnesses described the sketches or gave testimony to create the sketches. So the witnesses were describing Bridge Guy
who's Rick Allen allegedly. So how can they say that the sketches are not admissible and relevant? Am I in crazy world?
Those sketches and any discrepancies and doubts will stay out. Melissa?
Russ, now a few questions before you go. Another big moment this morning. We were told some of the media was removed from the courtroom. What happened there?
Well, they weren't removed from the courtroom, but they were banned from the trial and they were banned from the courthouse because just before 8 o'clock this morning, they violated, allegedly, the judge's orders to not shoot video of a cordoned off area where she, the jurors, and the suspect come in away from cameras. It's a security issue. And of course, they don't want the jurors' identities shown on TV. A network news photographer had his camera confiscated. A still photographer from AP also did. We also heard a couple other names. We weren't sure if they were traditional credentialed media or private folks
Who
were out
gives a
there shooting,
fuck?
but she said 4 people have been banned. 5.
Does it matter if they're credentialed media or members of the public in public spaces outdoors pointing their cameras in the If a law enforcement officer walked up to me and said, "You're not allowed to point your camera in this direction and film me," I would say, "Get fucked." So why is Judge Gold? You have the entire courthouse. You've got fencing, oblique fucking fencing around the entire courthouse. So apparently to protect the jurors from being identified. So why can't we point our cameras in the direction? I mean, obviously that's rhetorical because it's an insane thing to try and enforce. Let somebody try and take my camera and smash my camera. Let them try. I would happily go to jail over something like that. Happily. No problem. I could do
have
it.
Been confiscated.
Easy.
The SIM cards taken out, the batteries taken out, erased, and they won't get their cameras back. So she is very serious when she says she demands.
They won't get their cameras back? You want to fucking bet, Gall? Do you want to fucking bet? Is she crazy? Sorry, I'm not going. I'm just so cold. I agree with you, Adrian. Adrian says Nick McClellan should have never been allowed to prosecute. DB says Angela having her coat on makes me feel like we're getting ready to go somewhere. We are. I am. Good Lord. Yes, they took the cameras and they're not getting them back. He literally committed several felonies. Yeah.
Of the sanctity and the security of this courthouse and the protection of the identities of the jurors.
Hey, Russ, if you could oblige me, take your fucking lips off the ass of the state for 5 seconds and actually fucking report some shit. Like, we've heard that already. Can you tell us how you, a lifelong veteran fucking reporter, are experiencing this? Like, what does that make you feel, Russ? That a judge stole your colleague's fucking equipment and isn't giving it back? Equipment that they had already filmed and photographed and reported with. Like, am I in fucking crazy world? The sanctity of the what? There is no sanctity here. Judge Gold has eradicated fucking sanctity. Anyone giving me shit for giving the media a hard time, just watch someone else, because we have not even gotten fucking started yet. This is insane. This is insane. Bunch of fucking pussies. Like, do something.
Also, Russ, for us, who aren't able to sit in and witness this like you are, what was Richard Allen's demeanor in that courtroom?
Richard Allen is walking in. He was unshackled. That is unusual, but he is unshackled. He is accompanied by corrections officers, I'm assuming from the Department of Corrections, or perhaps the next county over, White County, or where he's being held. Now it's Clinton County. He's being held in their jail. But they also were in plain clothes. They were not wearing their jail fatigues. He was not wearing his jail jumpsuit and in shackles like he has been in the past, because when you present before the jury, you cannot be shown as an inmate. That gives the jury the impression that you're already convicted. He comes in, he was very low key, he's looking healthier, more bright eyed than he has in the past, clean shaven, and engages with his attorneys as they talk about the progress of their case.
McQuaid reporting live there at the courthouse for us on day one of trial. Thanks so much for your insight. CBS 4 will bring you updates on the Delphi murders trial on.
So somebody inside the courtroom says Betsy Blair is a huge, in all caps, huge witness for the defense. Huge. I don't know why they're saying that, but I trust them. I guess we'll get more info later. Wow. Russ McQuaid says, but I'm inside. So I'm going to stand across the street. Y'all can film me over here. Fucking 1,000 yards away from the courthouse. This feels, hey, is this okay, Judge? Hey, Judge Gold, is this okay? Can I stand here? Is it okay if I stand here, Your Honor? We need to get down there, y'all. I swear. This is insane. Fucking clown show, y'all. I'm sorry about the language. Yeah, do not listen to me around family. It's not going to get better, but I appreciate you being here. I wouldn't probably listen loudly around old members of my family either. Hey, just, it's okay. Can I see from here? Woman says, Russ has Rick shocked. Yeah. Betsy saw a 20-year-old with poofy, curly, reddish brown hair. Bob is going live in 45 minutes. Awesome. So when are the breaks, I wonder? You stay the hell away from Indiana. Unsafe for you. With Holman, I know. Whatever. What comment? Donate if you want to see Ange get arrested while attending the trial. Yeah. There's a lot of people that would love to see that. I know they're in here watching because DB gifted a bunch of memberships and snagged a couple lurkers in the mix. When golf feels like taking a break is when we'll get a break. Betsy Blair described a young man that looked like Justin Timberlake. So it's weird. Joe D's comedy will go on y'all's behalf. That would be great. Yeah, I'm wondering how he's going to do an update in 45 minutes if their court's resuming at 1:30. Why did they put the media where the band air? Yeah. Okay, so why is the media standing? Like, why are they allowed to stand there? You can't say that I can't point my camera in a you can't. You're not a fucking, this isn't a matter of national security. You're not a fucking highly protected federal building where sensitive defense strategy is occurring. You're a public courthouse that the citizens of Carroll County fucking built. Get fucked with that. You can't, you literally, that's insane. Oh, okay. The upcoming Bob Live is Allie doing a Sarah Boone. Okay, never mind. Ange just got permission from JLR to restream. Awesome. I might do that, but everyone's yelling at me when I try, so maybe. Where's Royal We? Delphi's fucking tacky. How is Bettany a witness if we can't talk about the sketches? That's a good question. In USA Libertarians' house, they keep the F word behind glass, only to use. I have no problem, by the way. They're like, I understand some people just like aren't used to or don't like foul language. That actually doesn't upset me. I wasn't even trying to be facetious when I said that. Like, you probably don't want to play this. Around family members if you don't like screaming. I don't know if Bob's conflict. jury protection may be the issue if they're being transported. They're full. These jurors are fully sequestered. They have a covering, black. You can't see through it. It's totally obstructing view of where the jurors go in and out. Adrian. So juror security, how? What is the public gonna do to the jury? Why would the public want to do anything to the jury? The level, I'm gonna go on a tangent for 5 seconds. The level of delusional paranoia in Carroll County, the level of projection that law enforcement and the state and the judge are throwing at the public is utterly ridiculous. They operate with so much paranoia. They're convinced that the public is out to get them. No, the public's not out to get you. The public demands transparency. It's not bloodlust to demand transparency. This is the safest jury of all time. No one wants to hurt the jury. The public wants the jury to see all the evidence. That's what the public wants. The public wants the jury to do their jobs and do them well and do them safely and to see all the fucking evidence. You know who's harming the jury? Judge Gohl. There are dangerous people inside the courtroom looking directly at the jurors, and I'm sure working to identify them right now. If the public sees too much, we will pick up on their BS tactics. This is really wild. Yes, Hammy. So yesterday, I guess Judge Gold ruled that the state is allowed to have both of their, I don't know what the actual legal term is, but their witnesses that are allowed to basically are not, the separation of witnesses order doesn't apply to them, so they're allowed to sit with the state at the table the whole time. Holman and Mullen could both sit with the state the whole entirety of the trial and listen to all the testimony. Does the jury get to eat lunch or not? I don't know. I'm not sure. Bob is updating on Twitter. Let's see. Legal term is good. Let's see what Bob has to say. Bab mad. The defense is allowed one helper witness, and I believe that is Max Baker, who is the law. I don't know if he's a law clerk or oops. Bobby, where you at, Bob? If you're not following Defense Diaries on Twitter and on YouTube, you should go do that because he is also inside the courtroom and providing updates. Here we go. Facts. Bob. Bob Mata says, the hair found wrapped around Abby's finger had a root. And was able to be tested. They identified that it is indeed female, it is indeed human, it is not Abby's, it is not Libby's, and it is not Richard Allen's. Wrapped around her finger. Okay. McClellan gave about 20-minute opening statement after experiencing technical difficulties with the large monitor in the courtroom. Tough way to start when nerves are already at an all-time high. He was followed by Baldwin, whose opening lasted an hour. Nothing new was revealed in the state's opening, and quite a bit of interesting info was relayed in the defense opening. Remember, openings are not evidence. One thing's clear. Betsy Blair is going to be a critical witness for the defense. She was on the trails the day at the same time the girls were. Timeline is being attacked by the defense. Becky Patty, Libby's grandma, was the first witness for the state. Her testimony was heartbreaking. She's a very strong woman. Lunch break from 12:25 to 1:30. Awesome. Awesome. Wow. Wrapped around Abby's finger. Has anyone ever heard of a killer using 2 different knives? Not in, I mean, no, Hoosier. I mean, I don't think I have ever. Not in the way that they're alleging that this crime occurred. Like it was just straight murder. There was no prolonged torture, dismemberment, or anything like that. It's just absurd. It's absurd. You know what 2 knives says to me? A layperson who knows nothing about the details and specifics of the evidence. 2 knives says 2 fucking different people. Right? True crime design is rising from the grave right now. It's rare with a single perp. Notice of change of address for Rick Allen filed on the docket. All eyes, does it say if it was followed by the state or the defense, or it was probably the defense then, yeah. Interesting. Not the same chain. Yeah, more than one person. Very, very odd. Let me stop and grab my other knife, right, Gina? It makes no sense. 2 different types of knives suggest 2 different perpetrators. More than one person or an actual ritual sacrifice. Adrian, I heard that too, but I could have sworn, didn't Barbara say something earlier about the hair color? And if she didn't, then ignore me, but I could have sworn she did. I could be wrong. I could play that clip again too, I guess. But... Thank you, Bob. Where's his YouTube? Okay, nothing live yet. That's very interesting. What should my banner be? Breaking. Hair wrapped around Abby's finger had a root, was not or did not belong to either victim, and does not belong to Richard Allen. That's crazy. Why can't I do this? There we go. It has a root to it. I wonder why they didn't test it sooner. You know? It's pretty crazy. Wow. Can't let the evidence get in the way of a good prosecution. Did the 2 phones that at the crime scene that did not belong to Rick Allen or to the victims belong to someone, to Kelsey too? Do we know who's the hair? Many Hoosiers carry multiple guns and knives on them. Okay, Brian, but many killers don't kill 2 victims with 2 different knives in under an hour, right? Do they? I don't know. I've not ever heard that before. Maybe they do. That's called touch hair evidence, where it transfers to the victim and wraps around the fingers of the victim. Yeah. It's incredibly sus that they didn't test that hair. It has to have a root to provide DNA info, and it does. It does have a root. He switched weapons 3 times then. Gun to box cutter to serrated blade. Imagine having the murder of 2 young girls unsolved for 7 years and not testing a hair. I can't. Yep, Hoosier. It was wrapped around her finger per Bob Mata. Emily says, I swear this case makes me want to be a defense attorney. Do it. You should do it. We need more. We need more defense attorneys like these ones. Kay is saying, yeah, according to Nick McClelland, the killer was interrupted and had to exit stage left in a big hurry, but not so much of a hurry that he was able to arrange the sticks and pose the girls. Waiting for an argument that the hair transfer was from one of the many sweatshirts we've heard about over the years. I'm sure that's coming. I'm certain. No one was unalived with a box cutter. That's psychosis talking. Didn't Kelsey say that they took her DNA 5 times? What were they doing if not checking it against this hair? Fiend says, and read my tweet. Okay, let's read Fiend's tweet. The Weird Cat. Here's Fiend's Twitter, everybody. If you're not following the Weird Cat, he gives updates and stuff. Updates and stuff and things. Stranger homicide is rare. Child homicide is more rare. Child homicide by a stranger is even more rare. A double child homicide by a stranger is astronomically rare. 39 is not too late for law, Emily. I know adults who have gone back to law school in their 50s and 60s. It's never too late, ever. Oh, God. Okay. Fiend did a tweet. Here's Fiend's Twitter. Fiend says, am I in crazy world? Why is the jury makeup different than it was from yesterday? Wait. 5 men, 7 women, 2 alternates. Now that the jury is seated in their spots. Although yesterday it was 8 women and 4 men, and 2 men and 2 women alternates. That's weird. So they changed the jury again? Unless it was just they turned an alternate into a juror. The hair belongs to a female, Jenny. It has a root. The defense is saying the girls got into a vehicle and were taken away from the scene. Yeah, Sleuthy, you're right. Gold did a jury shuffle. They picked a 17th juror. Ange says, that's weird. It's weird, Fiend, right? What else is it? Reporting is a game of telephone. Yeah, the alternates changed too. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. So it's not. Yeah, if Sleuthy is typing in all caps, you know that things are really bad. Because Sleuthy is not an all caps typographer. In fact, when I do in all caps, Sleuthy struggles to get through it because all caps are so obnoxious. So if Sleuthy is all capsing, you know she means business. We are in strike territory. Oh, man. Yeah, fortunately, I know that I feel really confident. I'm less paranoid and panicked about the kind of confusing, loose flow of information and details right now than I would be, because Andrea, Lawyer Lee, Bob are all inside taking meticulous notes. Andre says, thank you, Ange, for reading out loud, listening while driving. You're welcome. I'll try and not just be so shrill, maybe. Oh, stroke territory, that too. Sleuthy is using all caps, meaning that we are in stroke territory. The girls, according to the defense, got into a vehicle, taken somewhere else, and brought back to the scene, and their bodies were moved. All of the troll pro state channels are already molded by the state's opening statement. Yummy. Hey Kokomo, welcome back. I'm just here screaming. Carrie says we should all be typing in caps with this case. I have full trust in those 3 people as well. Bob's not a note taker. He'll be the first to tell you, but but Andrea and Lawyer Lee will take notes, and Bob will scream them into the public, which is, we need that. Everybody has their purpose. Wow. Okay. I can't wait to hear from Andrea. Me either. Man. Weird. Court is breaking for an hour. Updates in this thread. If you're not following Kendall, which I don't know if I am. Now I am. If you're not following Caitlin Kendall, she was there reporting today. She's there all day. Here's her Twitter. Yeah, Andrea's notes are great. You better be screaming, my friend. Chandler says he thinks Rick Allen's guilty. Okay. Rick Allen, why'd you do it? Richard Allen. Richard Allen, why'd you do it? You clown. Okay, Caitlin Kendall says, oh, this is a good thread. Cool. I mean, I haven't read it yet. Maybe I'll read it. Caitlin Kendall, court is breaking for an hour. Updates from the first half. Judge Gull has ruled the composite sketches released by ISP will not be allowed during court proceedings. The jury was given instructions by Judge Gull. You should keep an open mind. Thanks, Gull. Jury makeup. 5 men, 7 women, 2 alternates, a man and 3 women. This is the official count now that the jury is seated in their spots for the duration of the trial. Courtroom is packed. 60 plus people waited in line for 24 open seats. 12 credentialed media seats. Family of Abby, Libby, and Alan fill the remainder. Alan is wearing a light purple shirt and khakis. He's been seen smiling several times at his family. He also seems a bit relaxed today while talking to his defense team. Just before starting, he bowed his head and prayed. Opening statements lasted just shy of an hour and a half. The prosecution took 15 minutes, the defense just over an hour. Prosecutor McClellan delivered opening statements. This case is about three things: bridge guy, a bullet, and the brutal murders of 2 girls. McClellan spent time laying the foundation of who Abby and Libby were. They were best friends, always together, but really they were more like sisters. He then laid the foundation for what they believe happened that day, how it was unseasonable. Sorry. It was unseasonably warm. Breaking news, unseasonably warm that day with no school. He went on to describe what they say happened out on the Monon High Bridge. When describing the crime scene, he said, "You are going to see the crime scene. It was a gruesome scene. Libby was completely naked. Her throat was cut. There was blood all over." Baldwin laid the foundation, claiming that the girls had to have been killed elsewhere and brought back to the crime scene. Baldwin says, "We will hear witness testimony that will be conflicting from what the state says happened." Baldwin says, "If all of these people never saw Allen or saw different people, that's reasonable doubt." Baldwin said to the jury, "Please wait. Richard Allen is innocent. He is truly innocent." The state calls their first witness to the stand, Becky Patty. Becky's testimony was very emotional. At times, she had to pause to wipe away tears. She took time describing who Libby was and the girls' friendship. Becky also described her version of the timeline the day the girls went missing. Becky says that just before the girls left to go to the trail, she told Libby to grab a jacket and that her granddaughter's final words to her were, "Grandma, I'm going to be okay." That's new. Becky describes her timeline from the day the girls were found. She says her family joined a search party that morning. Becky describes the moment she realized things were not all right. I could not understand why they wouldn't take me to her when they said that she had been found. It wasn't until I saw the coroner's van that I realized they weren't alive. That's really sad. Baldwin's cross-examination only lasted 3 minutes. He asked Becky to describe Libby's voice, trying to reiterate that she was vocal. I think that means like she was a vocal girl. Court took a break for lunch for an hour. WRTV is headed back into the courtroom. Updates for the remainder of the day will come as soon as we're able. That was a good thread. Interesting. I would have liked to have seen like details about what the timeline per grandma was, but I'm sure we'll get those later. Thank you, DB. I have to pull it up. I'm all over the place. This is all very sad. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with any of this. I think every single person in this is sus. I have no idea who killed the girls. I have no idea who is involved. I feel confident to my gut down into my bones that it was not Rick Allen. That's all I know. Aside from that, fucking nothing would surprise me. Nothing. Nothing would surprise me. I'm sensing the state will go light and defense will filibuster. We are not being misogynistic about killers. All people do it. Kelsey said she hardly knew Abby. I didn't know that. But I mean, yeah, that makes sense. What was Becky's new quote? Let me pull it up. Grandma, I'm going to be all right, I think. Let's see. Grandma, I'm going to be okay. I don't know if I've ever heard if Becky has ever said what. Yeah, like I'll be okay without a jacket. Like I don't need a jacket. That's how I interpreted it too. For sure. I feel bad that the family has to deal with the families and locals. We already saw Russ McQuaid tweeted something yesterday about an angry local. The news approached and asked, they basically were like, it's bullshit that locals have to stand in line in our own community to try and get a seat. You know, and it's like, yeah, it is bullshit. It's bullshit that anybody has to do that. Locals, the family, friends. What about investigators that touched this case in meaningful ways that are no longer on the case, that aren't guaranteed to like, there's a lot of people who have interest, like legitimate, pure. The state likes to pervert public interest. It's all they do. They pervert public interest. They malign the public nonstop. And the reality is that public interest in this case is exorbitant because the state asked for that. The law enforcement investigating asked for help. They asked for the country to care about this case, and the country, the nation, the planet responded in kind. And now a trial is here and access is limited. There is no access, you know. Yeah, what about somebody? Well, I'm sure I'm sure Judge Gold, he would just sit on her lap, probably postpone. The world, Jenny is in Ireland. Exactly. Thank you, Jenny. The world cares about this case. How's Jenny going to watch the trial in Ireland? Like, it's ridiculous. The public is being duped with a huge bill for this and they can't even witness it. Someone made a point that they broadcasted the sketches worldwide and now 12 people are not allowed to see them. It's pretty absurd. I think the defense knows that it's a female hair. The defense, I believe, they said it hasn't been tested until recently, which to me says the defense has had it tested and the state perhaps is scrambling to do so. I don't know for sure. Carol is in Australia. Hi, Carol. Welcome. We love you. Indy Cindy says, I feel punked. Me too. Man. Oh, this is another here. So we're going to share. And a lot of this might be repetitive, y'all. I'm hoping. I mean, I think that between like all the different media accounts, Mara, I don't disagree. I just think that they need to solve this case with evidence. And it's like nobody, how do you not test a hair for 7 years? I think they're all sus. All of them. The town is nuts, Delphi. It's not that nuts, just camera vans. Yeah. Okay. So Kyla, if you're not following, here's Kyla. She is also inside the courtroom today. Judge Gull has ruled that 2 composite sketches can't be used. Prosecutor gave the state's opening. It lasted 13 minutes. It sounds about right for Nick. McClellan said the case would be about 3 things: bridge guy, an unspent bullet, and the brutal murders. It was a gruesome scene. McClellan said the jury would hear from 3 witnesses who were on the trail that day and say they saw a bridge guy. Baldwin gave opening statements for the defense. It lasted a bit over an hour. He focused on the police investigation, saying it was messed up from the beginning. He said a hair found entwined in Abby's fingers had a root with DNA. The DNA seemed to possibly match a female relative of Libby and not Alan. Baldwin asserted that the bodies of Abby and Libby had been moved after they died and then placed where they were eventually found. All right. Hi from wonderful Indiana. Artsy fartsy designs by Shar. Please be careful in Indiana in general. Welcome. We're glad you're here. So much of this bad police behavior is getting outed worldwide. Eyes are on it. We all need to trust that court cases are fair to sort it all out. Yeah, I wish that we had that confidence here. Didn't the auditor get a few line items wrong? Yep. Accidentally putting a defense cost as a state cost for Tobin? Yep. Pretty sure. I hope they use the video and tear it to shreds. Without the witnesses, their case is just the bullet. These people don't make sense because half the people are saying it belongs to a female relative and the other half is saying it was never tested against family and friends. So DB could probably help with this. To me, it almost sounds like the defense had it tested through maybe IgG or I don't know. And perhaps what hasn't happened is that DNA samples have never been tested against the families, like the family's DNA specifically. Like maybe they know from genetic genealogy, that it's likely a relative of Libby, but they haven't actually tested it against the DNA samples of known family members. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right. So they could have tested it against Libby's DNA, but not her family members. I think that makes sense. Maybe not. The defense witness list is the greatest hits type lineup. Do we have those yet? I really want it. I just want the witness list. Judge Jessica. Kelsey did give DNA, right? I wonder if the defense has had access to like the DNA samples that have been given by the public. We know like thousands of people, including Kelsey, gave up their DNA. Where in the world are people watching from? I'm in Scotland. Hey, ding dong. Welcome from Scotland. Hi, Canadian girl. They have lied on camera, said contradictory statements. They didn't get family cell phones. So I believe that in one of the defense filings earlier this year, the defense did say that they did not have certain extractions from direct family members. but I need to, yeah. I don't know if they do now, but they didn't get them at the time. We're still waiting to hear how Judge Gold is going to rule on the metallurgist, William Tobin, who is potentially an expert for the defense to testify as to the unspent round found at the crime scene. I remember law enforcement saying everyone they had asked had given DNA. Elvis didn't, though. You're right. Elvis didn't. He said, oh, yeah, sure, I will. And then his attorney called and said, get fucked. See what happens when you have an attorney? All Eyes, who is our amazing Delphi librarian. Defense eventually got some family phone data. Let me check last Discovery Watchdog. Awesome. Yeah, I feel like we read that in one of them. I feel like it was in the spring. DB says they probably entered the profile of the hair into the IgG database, and there was a partial familial match, or it had enough markers with Libby. He means Libby's DNA to say that they were partially related. That makes sense. Ha. Thanks, DB. Am I delusional, or is Ashley Garth? I'm not sure, Carol. We all know that she will probably say denied without hearing on Tobin, sure. And I think Andrea last night said that that would be reverse, that she believes that could be like a pretty blatant reversible error to exclude that expert, which I agree with her. He gave a swab but denied taking a polygraph, says Sleuthy. Okay, I'm sure that's true. Why not directly compare them? Well, I wonder, Sleuthy, if the defense wasn't given family DNA to do that with, right? Like maybe the state didn't turn over family DNA. I don't know if that's possible. I have no idea. It's a good question, though. Elvis's attorney said no to the lie detector. Yes, per Yellow Jacket's notes, and it said that swab was clean next to his buccal swab. Been meaning to ask her about that. That probably means that they did test his DNA and it was not. It didn't match for anything. The defense can't really test shit. Not really. It sounds like they may have. But she didn't approve any funding for defense DNA testing that we saw on that spreadsheet, as far as I remember. I wonder if they just had it funded. Like, I don't know. I really can't wait to hear Andrea and Lee's breakdown of that, because, and I know that like we won't get all the details on this today. They're just opening statements. So we're getting like little breadcrumbs of what they're going to unpack in the next month. But I have so many questions. They have to try and get law enforcement to test these things. Yeah, they can't just do it themselves, which is crazy. Like, they'd be able to raise the argument, like, we tried to get them to test this DNA, this strand of hair with a root. We tried to get them to test it and they refused. Like, that would be really bad for the state's case. So I can see, like, that could, but, like, why wouldn't they test this hair? Why wouldn't they test a, because it's not like they tested it and they found out that it was not ideal in terms of, like the results that it yielded were complicated or whatever, but, like, they didn't even test it. Thanks for doing this. Thank y'all for sending updates, and everyone's there. Everyone who's there, even the people that, I mean, even Oksana, who's a good friend of R&M Productions and all of us here, she was able to attend the contempt, I think the contempt hearings back in March, gave really good updates after that. She really has like her finger on the pulse of everything on the ground, and she got there today. And although she was not allowed, like, she didn't get admitted, she didn't get a seat inside for the actual trial, she gave us some really good on the ground eyewitness info, which we love. It's very helpful. Yeah, Rosie discredited Walla pretty well at the hearings, for sure. Steve's going to wait until later to hear from the mediums. Love that. This is helpful. So I guess I'll just keep reading comments, because sometimes I never know if it's helpful or like distracting for people. I wish we had like more new info. Oh my goodness. Hey. Hey, you needy thing. This is Boone. Oops. Most people know Boone. Hey, honey. You want to go out again? Probably play a video because I know they're back inside. Let's see. Show Boone for the algo. Oh, you want to go out? You want to go for little walkies? He probably just wants food, but he can have anything he wants. That's the problem. Hey, hi. Hi. I don't know why it's so blurry. Can you say hello to your followers? To your fans? Say hello to your fans. All right. We're going to go for a walk. I'm going to play a video. Goal quote just dropped. It's important. I'll share this and then I'm going to bounce for a few. Boone is 12 this year. Bean posted a goal quote. Oh, no, you didn't. Never mind. He will post a goal quote. Mr. Allen, get a fair trial free from the nonsense of the media. Hoosier, thank you. Hoosier cold cases, everybody. Just top of the top. If you haven't seen his stream from the other night, you need to go watch it. Maybe I'll play, here's what I'm gonna do. I'll be right back. Boone and I are gonna go for a quick walk and we'll be back soon.
The sanctuary of Delphi is probably the most extraordinary of all ancient Greek sites. Delphi amazes all who visit it. This place is the center of the world. The ancient Greeks called it the omphalos, which means the navel of the earth. Zeus, the father of the gods, wanted to find the center of the universe, so he sent two eagles flying from the opposite ends of the universe, and the place where they met was Delphi.
Welcome to Delphi, Indiana, where our storied past is fueling a stellar future.
Whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation, sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are in danger, when human dignity is in jeopardy, wherever men or women are persecuted, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe.
Something we have to read.
This is a chat GPT for Airbnb. This new income assistant is trained to
And even the notion that there would be even the perception of a cover-up.
Hey, Doug, shut up.
In regards to an investigation involving 4 little girls is not only unsubstantiated, but, ladies and gentlemen, it strikes me at the very core of who I am and the agency that I represent.
A state fire investigator has resigned with little explanation after questions have been raised about the investigation into a fatal fire that killed 4 girls and injured their mother.
Some of the details in this case that have become public are head-scratching. Fire investigator Dennis Randall was assigned to investigate the fatal Flora fire, but on Friday resigned abruptly after questions have been raised about how this case has been investigated. State police who are investigating the criminal side of this arson investigation are also not commenting. Why? Well, the Carroll County prosecutor has asked that the investigative agencies involved in this case refrain from commenting at this time.
Neither the state fire marshal nor his chief of staff will talk with us. Now, the Carroll County prosecutor, meanwhile, has asked that all investigative agencies refrain from talking further about this case. So were you aware that there were questions being raised about Dennis Randall's handling of the evidence and investigation into the actual cause and origin of the fire?
I was not.
And as we said, the NAACP got involved in the case and the families called for answers.
In fact, leaders of the organization believe the case has been bungled, and they also say police are not updating family members.
Nobody's been brought to justice. Nobody is talking to the family to even update them on the status of the investigation. But it smells like a cover-up. How are you going to go and have an investigation for almost a year, and it doesn't appear that we're any further along on this?
But I don't think anything's bothered me more than what's occurred in Carroll County, Indiana, in my entire lifetime.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I was told to schedule an executive session and special meeting on the agenda, and I will let Ted talk about that.
This relates to the Fox 59 lawsuit against Carroll County E911. As I've informed you by email, the trial court entered a summary judgment in favor of Fox 59 and against Carroll County E911. I'm sure you spent quite a bit of money on this lawsuit, and fighting the public access counselors, basically the opinion that the tapes of the Delphi, or not Delphi, Flora fire, public access counselor ruled that they were public records and they should be disclosed. And for various reasons, we heard from the prosecutor and others at the time that they didn't want to release them, and we authorized the suit, the defense of the suit filed by Fox 59, and the director of E911 has requested that you also hear from persons that were involved, the reasons for the non-disclosure, and those reasons really need to remain secret for legitimate reasons. So if you want to reconsider this, whether you want to continue the fight at the appellate court level or not, then you should have an executive session. Now, Fox 59's lawyers are pursuing getting those released as soon as possible. And I will tell you that it may become necessary if you're waiting until the 18th to authorize Mr. Cranley to file a motion for a stay, which is another procedure to get more time for you to make the decision. So that's why I have suggested that you try to schedule one yet this week to maybe eliminate that possibility that you have to go to that extent. I've given you the list of the people that the director would also like for you to hear from. Do you want to hear from those individuals in the executive session?
I'd like to hear who you're responding.
Okay, and I think it would make most sense to have the attorney part of it right up front. So you have that information from the lawyer, then hear from the people that the director wants you to hear from. That way you can listen with an informed knowledge of what pros and cons are of a decision whether or not to appeal or not. Questions?
I need to take the podium, please. This is something that I wanted to talk to you about today. It was my understanding that you directed the 911 director to release that tape or release that recording. I don't know how. Who made the decision not to? Because this is your department, nobody else's. They're not part of law enforcement. I've had an extensive talk with the Public Access Council about this. And Beth, do you know how much the county has spent yet? I have not made that up. Okay. And she's doing it. I mean, I asked her to do that. The comment my editor said when we were talking about this last week, have you asked for a copy of that recording? So it's not just Fox 59. And how far are you willing to go?
Can I start my answer to some of those you've asked?
Absolutely.
Okay. First off, when this first came up, Ted came to me and said, this is public information. It is something we have to release. And so I said, I took his advice. Okay. I communicated that we needed to release them. Ted communicated that we needed to release them. At that point, I thought that we all agreed and it was going to be released. I don't know how long passed, but there was a passing of time there where other things were going on. And I didn't hear any more about it. And all of a sudden, I hear, well, Fox 59 is really aggrieved by this and is going to file suit. I had no knowledge that it hadn't been released. Now, I think you had another question there of, have I heard it or any of us heard it? Have either of you heard it?
No, that was not a question. Who made the decision?
Who made what decision?
Who made that decision to counter what you decided? Who made that decision?
I think that, in my understanding, our 911 director was, I do not believe that it was done, with malice, I guess, or something. I don't believe that she, with a bad heart, went out and said, I'm not going to follow that. I think that she was told by the state police and the prosecutor, oh no, don't release that. And I think she took that advice.
But you're her bosses.
I advised her not to release it until we absolutely had to. And by that time, it was too late to release it.
See, I didn't know that part of it. So.
I told her that when it first came out.
So you
Because she called each and every one of us individually.
You didn't follow the advice of your attorney.
I did not really go by the attorney on that one. I went by the prosecutor and investigating detectives at the time that called me.
My question is how.
There's an affordability crisis. That's why I cut middle class taxes, held utility companies.
Y'all want an ad? Please, if you're new here, we do sell merch at fuckcarrollcounty.com. Oh no, we changed. Never mind. I'm sorry. We changed our URL. I'm so sorry. It's let's see here. Let me look it up. Oh yeah. Fuckjudgecall.com. Or no, .net. My bad. But we do sell merch. And we're upset. We're trying to use this merch to fund the show. So if you'd like to get a merch, here's a nice little shirt that we put together. It's $87. Oh, yep, no, that is it actually. Yep. It's an acronym. Fuck Judge Go, fuck CarrollCounty.org. But it's the FJGFCC. Thank you, Mwadang. Oh, the show is back. So yeah, if you'd like, go ahead. If you don't want to do that, we have sorry about that one. Don't want to do that. Oh, no, not that one. This one right here. If you don't buy them, this guy, he's gonna get. He's not gonna. If you buy them, it keeps him away from you. That's what I'll say. Keep you free of the. Okay, sorry. Back to the serious show.
That's why we set it at 5:15.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My personal opinion on this is if you want to listen to that tape, you're a sick individual. No one wants to hear that.
I think that's,
That's just my opinion.
that's kind of insulting.
Well, we also have the factor, just to be real open about it, of since we lost, we were probably going to have to pay the other attorney, which is going to really add to it.
Didn't even think of that. Yeah.
That's why we got the executive session, to do what we need to do.
No, that's not what happened.
I don't know if that was part of the lawsuit of asking for attorney fees, or if that's just.
It's automatic.
Automatic.
Once there is a determination made by the public access counselor that should be disclosed, and if the requesting party is successful in a lawsuit, they shall get reasonable attorney fees. It's not discretionary.
And I guess, Ted, I'd like for you to tell me if I'm being reasonable or not. To me, there seems like there's something wrong with the situation here of that.
Also, just to touch on this really quick, I seen it in chat about a new quote coming out about. Yep, Arnhem said, "Update: Weber's .40 caliber gun that he kept in his car was never excluded." So, for those of you who don't know, Weber is an adjacent property to the property that the girls were found on, and .40 caliber is the caliber of the gun, matching the unspent round at the scene. And we don't know if they tested the gun. We don't have the search warrant. We don't know if they took the gun. There's been some rumors. Now, what I'll say about this is, if you test a gun and it matches a gun that you just tested ballistically, the AFTE language says you have to say that there's sufficient agreement for a subjective match, because you've not tested every gun in the world or in the United States or in your county. It's not DNA. We don't know every single combination of striations and lane to groove markings. So you can't say that every other gun is excluded. So matching a gun doesn't exclude another gun. Science.
Pursue based on what you hear, it makes it look like you're sitting in judgment of something. You know, you're deciding that you should violate the access to public records. Yeah. I mean, it's a simple thing. It's either a public information or is not.
Would you say about me, KT covers the bubble from Rob? Okay, cool. Very cool video. Make sure you go watch it again. Hit refresh a couple times. We like that. Modang says, well, considering Oberg is never wrong, why she didn't exclude Weber's piece? Probably because there was no markings. Did they test fire Weber's gun? Because it should be a Nibbin then. Shouldn't it? It should be an IBIS. For those of you who don't know, the Integrated Ballistic Information System, the national network ATF uses to match firearms for shootings. Nibbin is the Integrated Ballistics Network. Both federal networks. Oh, both federally funded networks. But they should be doing test fires when they're encountering a suspect gun. Brad Weber was on the state witness list, allegedly. But they're going to probably say that Nick will object to probably any gun questions to him because he's going to be a timeline witness, allegedly. So if you look at the certificate of analysis, I've seen it. Basically what they did was they test fired 3 rounds and then matched the spent shell casings to the unspent round and found that the extractor mark, there was sufficient agreement between the 2 extractor markings. And so, I mean, that's what they do when they encounter a gun. They test fire it and send it to IBIS and Nibbin. So, I mean, I would imagine that his gun is in there. If that's their testing purposes or their practices for testing. And Nibbin is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. You can take my channel back over now.
It's all right. You're doing good. I mean, I think the explanations are really important and helpful, especially given what we just heard and given what you're going to be dropping later. I think it's relevant. I don't know anything about ballistics or not ballistics. So DB's explanations of how all of that works is very valuable. Thank you, Cleveland. Thank you, everybody. And welcome any and everybody who has just joined. Which defense attorney was pulled over last? I haven't heard anything like that. I know that Brad has gotten a ticket every day almost, right? I don't know about, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me though. I just don't know. I don't have that info. Hi, Pop Tardy. I love you. I'm glad you're here. I love you, Hoosier. Is Brad Weber connected or related to law enforcement? So Brad Weber, so the property owner, the property owner who owns the land at the south end of the bridge where the private drive is. That private drive belongs to Kay Weber, and Kay Weber's son is Brad Weber. And Kay Weber, I believe at the time of the murders, she's like a snowbird. So she travels and stays elsewhere during the colder months, I believe. And her son Brad checks on and stays at and kind of maintains her home and her property while she's gone. So he's somebody who's there a lot. So Brad Weber is the middle-aged white male son of Kay Weber, who lives on the property where the private drive is. She owns the land at the end of the south side of the bridge. So that's interesting. That is interesting. I think Yellow Jacket just uploaded a video clip. Let me see if it's done processing. Impossible. Michael Miller, welcome. Enjoy your new membership. We're going to do member stuff really soon. We tried one members only live and it was really fun, but I didn't really understand how they worked. So the next one we do, we'll have some of the kinks ironed out a little bit better. Here is a 2 p.m. update. Oops, let me see if I can share this.
Consider those sketches irrelevant. Of course, the defense wanted those in because they say neither sketch looks like their client. This first sketch that was released in 2017 of an older man with facial hair wearing a cap. The second sketch was released in 2019, but both of those sketches came from witness reports and were actually generated back in 2017. I also know that there were several other sketches, perhaps 5 or 6 in total. We have never seen those other sketches, and according to the ruling from the judge, none of that's coming in, so we won't be seeing it at this trial.
I was a little surprised by that ruling by the judge, but again, Fran Gull, she has been not friendly to the defense throughout this trial. Also, my understanding is some members of the victims' families are speaking up. What can you tell us about that?
Well, they're the ones testifying today. The first witness that was called by the state, Becky Patty, she is Libby's custodial grandmother. She talked about the events that day. Of course, Abby had spent the night with the Patty family the night before the girls went to the trails, and she talked about how they woke up and Derek German made banana pancakes for the girls before taking them out to the trails. Apparently, we do have some sound from Kelsey German, who was the sister of Libby and dropped the girls off at the trails that day. She talked to us back in 2019 and described what was going on in the moments before dropping the girls off. Here's some of that.
Libby walked into the bathroom and asked if I would take them, go with them, and spend the day just enjoying the trails and taking pictures. Since I had
sort of where the state is focusing their case right now is on the emotion of it all and the brutality of it all. Michael?
Now, Barbara, I understand that this is a very high-profile case, a lot of interest in the case. Tell me about that interest. And I understand there was quite a scene waiting to and getting into the courtroom today.
That's right. There are somewhere between 20 and 40 seats that are available for the public, and people were lining up as early as 8 o'clock last night. It got very cold here, down into the 30s, but they hung tight. They brought chairs and blankets, some even electric blankets, and stayed here all night waiting for an opportunity to get one of those seats. Because the judge is not allowing any kind of recording devices in the courtroom, and she will not make available any recording of the trial after the fact. There are so many people who want to hear the rest of this story as the prosecutor laid out, and they are doing everything they can to make sure they get one of those seats inside. 12 seats are dedicated to the media each day, and we are sharing notes and pooling our resources to bring the best coverage that we can, since we won't be able to show you what's happening inside.
But we have the next best thing. Barbara McDonald, thank you so much for that report. Appreciate it as always. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day here on Court TV.
So the state is using primarily, they're focusing on the emotionality of it all. Isn't that something? The emotionality of it all seems to be what they've focused on the whole time. Thank you, Auntie Bev. That's very sweet, very kind of all of you. I really appreciate it. It's never necessary at all, but it's always so appreciated. I've been like truly amazed at everybody who has tuned in, joined in the chats, contacted me outside of the chats just to talk or provide info or get stuff off your chest. This is like a crazy case that we're all following for our own reasons, and y'all are awesome. If anyone wants to contact me, you can do it at the link. You can check out the other socials I have there, although everyone in here probably already knows where to find me. Interesting. Things are getting interesting. It's only day one. The motion won't be here later. Day one, I think, is to be expected. On day one. Actually, throughout the trial. I don't want to sound like a cold fish or like a heartless ghoul, but I guess it just, after a while, you know, after 7 years of the state and law enforcement giving the public nothing but platitudes and emotionality, condiments with no meat or taters, I guess maybe I'm a little burnt out on all of that, if that's okay to say. Yes, Skull is literally breaking the law. We have a right to a recording audio of the trial. Correct. She doesn't give a shit. True. Some of you are heartless ghouls, and I love you for it. I absolutely do. Indy Cindy says, my keyboard is drunk. I'm sorry. I can't relate to that. My keyboard is never drunk. Miku wants some leafy greens. I respect that, Miku. In all of my 33 years of being alive on this planet, I don't think that I've ever craved a leafy green a day in my life, so I respect the hell out of you. Kudis says, trust the jury. It's important. Kokomo Indiana says, I'm just a troller. Nay. Blasphemy. You are more than just a troller. Let's see what else. I know they resumed court around 1:30, so I would be surprised if we got too much new info since I stepped out, but thank y'all for being patient while Boone and I do stuff. I eat pizza rolls only. I don't even, well, I eat, there are things I eat. I eat a lot. So I don't know what y'all's favorite like treat is. For about like 3 months now, I've been on this like gummy bear, and it's really bad for me. I can't even metabolize that shit. I get sick, but I eat it anyway. I eat gummy bears. DB says, don't trust the jury. They're not getting the info they need. It's scary to think that they're not going to be able to see all the evidence. Donnie, oh, thank you, Chelsea. Thank you so much. That is what I wanted to do. I wanted to pull up Donnie's thread. He did a really good thread this morning. I'm going to share his Twitter, and we can read it together like a family. Thank you, Chelsea. Anything for Boone. Gummy gut. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. It's bad. I don't think I need to extrapolate. How quickly can someone file something with Indiana Supreme Court about her refusing audio? Surely that would be reportable. You're not dumb, Pop-Tart. It's a good question. They could do it today. They could have done it yesterday. They could have done it when she denied their request initially 3 days ago, and they should have. I don't know why they didn't. Hi, Christine DC. Welcome. I love you. Yeah, no, this is a good question. I can only hope and pray that Judge Gold destroying the work product of members of the Associated Press and other journalists outside of the courthouse who were doing nothing wrong. I can only hope that will incense them a little bit. Luke Britt might be a good person to contact. I know the public access counselor in Indiana doesn't have like a whole lot of teeth in terms of like authority, but his opinions do hold weight, especially if this comes to, you know, if it ever does escalate to a higher court. Having Luke Britt's opinion one way or another is helpful. Yeah, they said they don't know if Judge Gold will be returning their equipment. She's just quite a punk, if you ask me. But y'all already, it's no secret how I feel about that woman. Hell, half of Indiana don't have no teeth, says Kokomo. Kokomo's allowed to say that because Kokomo's from Indiana. She did take them and they have not been returned, says Miku. Yep. Wow. Crazy times, y'all. Here's Donnie's mega thread, and this is a link to it if someone wants to follow along. But definitely follow Donnie on Twitter. Can everybody see this? Yes. All right. Donnie says, trial update. I stepped out after the first session and Dave stepped in. Dave is great too. I really like Dave a lot. His reporting's been good as far as when he's been able to attend in person. So here's Donnie. Here's Donnie. These are just notes, not word for word, letter by letter dictations. Apparently, some national media from NBC and AP broke the decorum order. Oh, sorry, y'all. And filmed the jury, which is why court started late. That's not true, but that is what Judge Gull would have us believe. Judge Gull says Richard Allen deserves a fair trial away from the nonsense of the media. You see what she's doing, everybody? Do you see what she is doing? All I says, bruh. Defense believes jury will see that the man in the video doesn't appear to be the one saying down the hill. Ooh, shit. Christine, thank you. I love you. That's so sweet. Christine DC is one of our favorite transcript readers and also friends. So, okay, back to the thread. Here's a gaslight. Judge Gold did a gaslight. Apparently, some national media from NBC and the Associated Press broke the decorum. McClellan spent 20 minutes on his statement. He was focused, relaxed, leaning heavily into emotion. He says Richard Allen used fear and intimidation. Yeah. It's kind of, I'm not trying to let me just read it first. I'm sorry. Richard Allen used fear and intimidation to scare Abby and Libby with his gun. McClellan kept harping on fear, power, and control. This man is puny. That's a weird argument to lean into when the man is 5'4" in front of you, but Allen's attorney, McClellan, we told you this case is about Bridge Guy, a bullet, and the brutal murders of 2 young girls. Today, you're going to hear the rest of the story. McClellan reiterated that Allen wanted to sexually assault the girls, but was stopped, so he slit their throats and left. That's quite a story. Allen's attorney, Andrew Baldwin, was up next, and boy, howdy, he took his time. Baldwin easily went over an hour with his opening statement, veered very close to plainly presenting evidence. Gold stepped in and once to tell him to wrap it up and that she had given him plenty of leeway. Baldwin says the murder timeline is completely wrong. He claims that Allen was not on the trails at the same time as Abby and Libby, period. He says that 2 important witnesses will destroy the state's timeline. Baldwin also says that strands of hair were female hairs twisted around Abigail Williams' fingers, roots, and all. Baldwin brought up the bullet. That says hairs, right? Yeah. Baldwin brought up the bullet evidence and how the defense will prove it was shoddy science. On to witness number 1, Becky Patty, Libby German's grandmother. Stacy Diener conducted the majority of the questioning. Most of it was detail by detail retelling of daily events in the lives of the German family leading up to 2/13. Both the state and defense, meaning Baldwin, focused on Libby's outspoken nature, and by that, Becky clarified that Libby would stand up for what's right and question someone who she felt was wrong. She stood her ground, was adventurous, brave, and would try anything one time. Baldwin focused on Libby's brave nature. because the defense plans to paint a picture of two girls who put up a fight, yet no noise was heard on the 13th when the murders were supposed to be happening. Baldwin says the defense will provide evidence to show the girls were confronted by several people, were taken away from the bridge, were killed on February 14th, 2017. Baldwin also pointed to phone data earlier in the day and said that the jury will see the full down the hill video and that the defense believes the jury will see that the man in the video doesn't appear to be the one saying down the hill and perhaps others were waiting for them below the bridge. Other notes: media is seated in the front row. Allen's family's behind the media. That seems weird. Kathy Allen, Richard's wife, was directly behind me. She exchanged several long glances at Richard Allen, her husband, cried, and held onto her family's hands. Richard Allen walked in right in front of me, escorted by police in suits. Allen is well dressed, without chains or and no restrictions whatsoever. Courtroom. Overall, session 1 was relaxed. What I mean is Judge Gull and the defense were cordial and even joking at one point. McClellan and the defense spent time joking and talking with one another. Police, of which there are multiple departments, were all accommodating and very helpful with the overall process. Public has been understanding of court rules and kindly left when the seats were all filled up. That's all I can think of for now. Please ask questions. This is a good question. I've read a report, really an ex post, that there was mentioning in the opening that 2 knives were used, one serrated and the other not. Is that accurate? This is rough, y'all. This is all eyes on Delphi's Twitter. Since we're here, might as well share our friend's stuff. I'm not looking at the chat, y'all, but I will in a second. Let's go to... This is the All Eyes Delphi Hub. Likability contest under full tilt. Yeah. If you're not, if you don't have this link, bookmark it. That's all you need to follow the documents and the legal filings and the journey that Richard Allen's case has taken through the courts. Man. DB. Corporate needs you to find the differences between the two, this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. God, that guy. That fucking guy, man. Goal for worst judge of all time. Oh, look, it's Jerry Holman. I haven't seen that picture of him, DB. It's a good picture. I love that picture of Jerome. Goal is still the judge, although she's trying her damnedest to get tossed from the case. Yes, it seems that way, and it's like there's literally, unfortunately, nothing apparently that can be done to rein her in. I think we've all given up the pipe dream of Judge Gull being replaced by another judge. I think at this point it would honestly hurt Rick because it would cause delays and who knows, but this is unreasonable. This is outrageous. Why aren't people talking about, say, Latrell's new job? The Princess of Motherfucking Darkness. Anyone know of that were the ones kicked out? No. I sent you. Thank you, Steve. That's very sweet. That's very kind. That's so appreciated. Nick, like the video. Yeah. I don't know how to do a GIF, or I'd put the GIF up.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
You need to send that to Andrea. Can you play it again?
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
You're not wrong. Oh, God. Sun has not even gone down yet, and we're going to get me. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. You know what? Like, who fucking cares at this point, you know? I was going to do something else. What is that? Phoebe? I don't know what that is. I'm afraid to ask. What is that? Should I know what that is? Wait, do that one again. It goes so fast. That's a hammy TM classic, I think. We should do, okay, here's what we're gonna do, y'all. For sharing Carroll County, should it just be Carroll County or should it be Carroll County IN for our meme hashtag for the Delphi trial? Should this be our meme hashtag? If anyone's trying to share something funny or share funny memes, we'll do Carroll County, Indiana. What do we think? Yes or no? Actually, hell yeah. Adrian says, hell yeah. Let it be so. It is so. So this is now our official meme hashtag. No sketches. I love Adrian. We all love Adrian. Adrian's great. Adrian, when did you start following this case? Because I know that you've been around longer than, like, you've had it much longer than you've had a channel, like most of us. Where did you guys get a sketch of my cook dealer? Oh my God. Everyone do goal courtroom sketches. That's not a bad idea. If anybody's an artist, like an actual artist in here, that would be really funny. In a week, goal will ban notes. Probably. She said something yesterday. Oh, hi, Kira. I don't know if I said hi to you. I don't know if I said hi, Kira. Steve has a question. Steve, I would love to hear your question. And not really until 2019. Yeah, same. Like, really. I mean, I was even later than that. But a lot of people, I think this case got a lot more, like, widespread attention after that 2019 press conference when people are like, huh? What? My King of Kings has been following since the day the girls went missing. Well, bless you. Yeah. So you've been here a long time. Watching things play out in real time. It's been a long road. For sure. For sure. Update from Yeller. Right. Good sourcing of trespassing incident. Okay, I'm going to share this with everybody. So speaking of Brad Weber's gun, since it's being mentioned in open court, I feel like we can mention it here. Brad Weber was mentioned as having a .40 caliber firearm that was never excluded. I think the defense, I don't know who mentioned that. We'll get more info on that later, I'm sure. But if anyone is interested in some sourcing on how do I want to say this? On incidents about surrounding on the peripheral of the case involving Brad Weber, there's an interesting Reddit post about an incident that occurred not long ago. So is the hair that is in Abby's hand tied to her family or someone else? So Steve, it sounds like from what we've been told, there were hairs. So Andy Baldwin said hairs with plural. I don't know if that means like 2 or like 20, but there were hairs wrapped around, what was the word he used in the most recent one? There were hairs that were found wrapped around Abby Williams' finger or fingers. The hairs contained root, which means they contained all of the DNA. Like, I don't know what the scientific word is, but like not just the like mitochondria, like DNA of whoever's it belonged to. And Jason, R&M has done a better job investigating than Carroll County State Police. While that's not saying much, I do know what you mean, and that's very, very kind of you. I'm very honored to hear Jason say that. Jason has watched me spiral into madness as well over things. So, but yes, so the hair was wrapped around Abby's fingers, and the defense has claimed that it belonged. It's possible, or it's been linked somehow to someone related to possibly Libby, but we didn't get much info on that. And today it seems as though there may be multiple people involved in kidnapping, meaning that Bridge Guy was not the one that set down the hill. My King of Kings, who has been following since day one, since they went missing, said, I never thought that that it would end with the girls being found murdered like that. It was so shocking, especially for the area. For sure. Hey, Radar, we're live. You're live, my friend. Chelsea has been following since the morning the girls were found. There were alerts sent out here in Ohio since it was only a few hours away. Wow. Judge Jessica says the excuse that police have given as to why they wouldn't release more audio, since they said they had more audio, claiming it was just, quote, girl talk, never sat right to me. It doesn't make sense if that hair was entangled or wrapped around her finger. I don't know. Jason says, how long will this be live? God only knows, Jason. We're going to go until probably an outside force stops us or until court concludes for the day, because my biggest thing is I want everybody to catch Andrea Burkhart and Lawyer Lee. I think Andrea usually goes at 7. Lawyer Lee I adore. I'm not as familiar with her coverage. She is a Harvard graduate defense attorney who has covered this case before. She and Andrea Burkhart, and I'm a little bit, I guess I'm a little like biased towards Andrea because I've been following her longer. But Andrea and Lee will be streaming later today, giving like in-depth updates and going through everything from today through their notes. And I believe they usually go at 7. Yeah, DB says he went to the same college as Lawyer Lee. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. So I don't know where this is like I guess it's a rumor. It's like not a bad rumor, but Russ McQuaid mentioned the other night on News Nation that he was told early on that, yes, I love Lawyer Lee. He was told early on that there was DNA recovered, and the media was apparently told that he was told by someone that it belonged to a state trooper that was processing the scene or something. If I got that wrong, tell me. That's what he was told. And but that doesn't necessarily mean that the hair found on Abby's hand and the DNA that they were discussing early on in the case doesn't necessarily mean that those are the same sources of DNA. Maybe there's more DNA. He said that the sheriff told him that. Yeah, that's alarming. So we don't know. I don't know like if that was something that the police just said to get media to pull the story about there being DNA. Yep, the police are the ones that told everyone there's nothing to fear. We don't want the public to be alarmed. I assume the DNA was from the cartridge. I mean, I'm just speculating here, but wouldn't it be really something if, I don't know. It's like almost too much to even think. I'm not gonna go there. Richard Allen's defense team, Sleuthy just tweeted this. And y'all, I'm sorry I don't have any like
lunch break. Here they are again.
You can see this.
That's the defense. What's going on here?
What's going on here? Well,
what is that?
What is that? This guy's funny.
Something on there. What is that?
What is that? Oh my god. Probably an exhibit, my guy.
Something overview, it says. Something overview. Something overview. Looks like a map. The defense with a map. They probably walking past here on purpose. Why are they going through the front?
What? Because that's how the fuck you get in. That's so
bridge map. Lunch break.
Yeah. Does anybody here actually subscribe to the defense purposefully provoking the unhinged narcissistic judge? Anybody feel like that's a plausible like scenario at this point? Because I don't think that the defense is going to purposefully provoke the narcissistic, unhinged lunatic of a judge, but maybe, I don't know. What do I know? Somebody asked, I think Radar asked a good question. I'm confused. They're saying the hair was not Abby or Libby's, but they haven't tested it. So they didn't say they didn't test it. They said that they didn't test it until recently, per the defense. We don't know who tested it. I don't think. I imagine it was the state. And they said that the testing revealed that it's not either victim's hair or Richard Allen's hair. Like all three of those people have been definitively excluded. but that for somehow whatever testing they did yielded results that are suggestive of like a relative of Libby, if I'm not mistaken. And if I got that wrong, I don't know. Yeah, DB is responding to JLR's comment. The defense attorneys don't get their own entrance. They told them to move their truck in 1 second when they tried to park around the side of the building this morning. Police came over, they're like, you can't park here. Bob Siegel said that the jury could hear crime scene evidence as soon as this afternoon. Nick McClellan is made from leftover Rob Kardashian parts. I feel Gull is madly in love with Baldwin, but can't be with him. So she's extra mean to him because she's frustrated that she can't be with him. Adrian, intrigue. Gull has a heart and she has feelings. Who wouldn't be in love with Andy Baldwin? Let's be real. All of the maligning that they've done to that man, he's a good man. I bet Anna
That's
is.
true. DB is going to marry Mr. Allen. Like, anybody who wants to marry Mr. Allen, you're going to have to fight DB for him. His DB, like, sorry, I'm scrolling through these.
They don't know it was a law enforcement officer. Why would the... Yeah, so Radar, that law enforcement statement that Russ McQuaid shared out of, I think, a moment of, like, I don't know, annoyance the other night. I don't actually necessarily believe that to be, like, entirely factual information. I don't think that Russ McQuaid is not telling the truth. I think that he was legitimately told by the sheriff or someone in law enforcement that it belonged to a state trooper. But, like, he also said that he was told that within days of the murder. So, like, how would they know whose DNA it was that soon, you know? Like, to me, it almost seems like he was told that by the sheriff just to, like, get them to not, like, to, oh, it's just, I don't know. I'm not sure, Radar, but we don't know much about that yet. We do know that the hair was not either victim's, it was not Richard Allen's, and it could be a relative of Libby's hair. That's all we know. I'm not assigning any meaning to that other than that's what we were told. I love Baldwin's long-windedness. Yes, I think that Andy is like an artist, whereas Brad is like a more pointed surgical. You know, they have their own styles. Mwadang says, nah, she's all about that slick slicky thing. It's pretty gross. It's evident in court, say gallery members. Oof. Blah. Blah. Yeah, it could have been just to cover up the hair that they found and told him about. So they were like, oh, it's a state trooper's. Gold chunks. Oh, no. Hi, Kristen. I haven't actually looked at your profile picture. You look cool. AF. Welcome, Kristen. Thank you for being here. Nikki brings out the Mama Cougar and Gull. Law enforcement were always doing a misinformation. Does anyone know why the goddamn pings after midnight say 2:13 instead of 2:14? Probably because law enforcement is doing a misinformation. It's not the next day until the sun comes up in Carroll County, apparently. Can you believe all of this? I can't. I love Baldwin too. New chatters are going to fly. Someone remind Nick to let the pipe. Oh, God. That's funny. Is anybody trying to go to the trial? Or equally important, in my opinion, with everything we know, new chatters are going to be like, why can't these people speak in the comments? True. We're doing a bad grammar. We do a bad grammar around here. Courtney just texted, said she forgot to point out that in one of those updates, Barbara said that 2 knives were used for the state, one serrated and one not. It is hard to grammar. We do a goof. Someone already snapped at me on Twitter for saying to do a journalism. Next time someone snaps at you, Chelsea, you tag me. You tag me in. I need to yell at someone other than the Allen County Superior Court because they have blocked my replies. So hey, let's watch DB's intro video again because we have a minute. It's only like 3 minutes long. DB did a content, everybody. DB did a content, and later today we will have the coolest, most informative breakdown of the unfired round. Is it junk? Is it science? Is it junk science? I don't know. I don't know. DB, if you're in here listening, I haven't actually read this comment yet, but I just read the first part and it made me laugh. James Cope says, 40 cal is not a popular round these days, and even less as far back as the early 2000s. People started pulling away from this caliber. Most anyone that has this weapon has put it in. More to come. I love that. Love it. Okay, here's DB's doing a content. BRB. We're going to watch it together.
A 40 caliber Smith & Wesson. What is unique about this round? Well, absolutely nothing. That's kind of the point. Because of how unremarkable it is, it's actually quite common. Unlike the unspent round in State's Exhibit 64, this round did not just appear magically. The author Wendell Berry wrote in an essay, "The entrance into the woods, when there's very little to look at, you can see it closely."
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know if they dropped. I'm gonna get in trouble for talking about Nick's balls. He's gonna file another fucking complaint against me. Perpetrator, suspect, Angela. Victim, Nick McClelland's balls. Get fucked. 40 caliber is quite common. At least the order was broken by people with endless attorneys. Broken, right? Yeah. Judge Gold is saying it was broken. It sounds like they were not actually violating her order. She just didn't like that they had cameras that were pointed in the general direction of her airspace. So, I don't know. Maybe she's hungover today. That'll do it. Next motion Nick will file will be not to allow the 43-second. So I know, and if there's a lawyer in here, maybe you can help me. I'm not, but play the promo for Holman pinging you. Okay. Did y'all know that Jerry Holman did a warrantless ping pong bing bong of a defense witness and activist for no reason? Did you know that Jerry Holman is the state's lead investigator and key witness? I haven't checked who this. That's a great question, though. If anyone does catch wind of the media filing anything today in relation to any of the things that occurred related to this case, this is a link. I'm going to share it. It's like a minute. Maybe it's a minute and 30. Oh my God. Imagine if the media reported on stuff and things that were like, you know, I don't know, something other than, it's true, something other than it was an unseasonably warm day. Okay. Hi, Jesse Farler. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions then when I get back. Amazing. I love that we have attorneys in the chat.
Eyes of the world are on them. They're not allowed to do that to anymore. Came here 2 weeks ago, and I don't know what everybody else saw, but I saw a man being mistreated, treated worse than an animal, and they have tried to break him. Look, he has done a year in solitary confinement. A year. His attorneys get thrown off the case, and he turns to his wife and he says, it's okay. He's not guilty. Whatever they're trying to do, you're hip to it. It is not going to happen. Everybody in the chat is saying we need to organize and we need to, let's go. Like, we've been saying that, and I know everybody else has been saying that, and we cannot keep thinking that surely the courts will do their job, because guess what? Anyone who says let the legal system work itself out, let it all come out at a trial, that and you, because at this rate he's never going to get to a trial. He's never going to see unbiased, impartial jury, and they haven't even proven or provided enough probable cause to arrest him in the first place. And now you're holding him in solitary confinement. He's never had an incident of violence despite being tased twice. I'll have all of those people around Rick Allen because they want to keep everybody else safe. They don't want us to see Rick Allen. They don't want us to look at Rick Allen. They don't want us to see his face and his eyes. Remember when he came in June and he was all doped up and he was dissociative and he was experiencing psychosis from being tortured and starved and sleep deprived and probably withheld his medication? All of these things that they were doing to him so that he would show up looking like a zombie and couldn't protest or assist in his defense. Guess what?
We're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
What is corruption? It is dishonest or fraudulent behavior, usually perpetrated by those in a position of power or authority. It is betrayal by those entrusted to protect and serve all, to show favoritism to none, and to safeguard and uphold our inalienable rights to liberty and life. Corruption destroys trust. So when it comes to corruption, there can be no compromise. It must be exposed and rejected at every turn. We cannot tiptoe toward justice, knocking once or twice, hoping that someone is home. Justice is a door that, when closed, must be kicked in.
Nobody fucking knows that I'm here. Nobody should know my fucking address. Especially not the fucking Indiana State Police.
Narrative report. On 6/21/2024 at approximately 4:46 p.m., I was advised by Lieutenant Jerry Holman that he received a phone call from recently spoke to that Ballistic was serious about the threats and capable of carrying them out. To locate her to see if she's coming towards Indiana, a ping was done on her cell phone. All pings indicate that her device was at the Dutchess County Sheriff's Department. Was to make contact immediately.
Hello. I did share the date and incident report. Should I pull up the thread? Do we have any? I don't think we've gotten any updates in the last like 20 minutes, right? No. If you're new to the stream, welcome. It's so nice to have you here. Oh, Tor says, who was the cunt that reportedly made the call? She's definitely in here. She's for sure in here watching. Pull up the thread. Go find it. I think I was yelling at who was I yelling at? I think I was yelling at Bob Siegel, right? For clapping at you for asking he shared your dumb. Oh yeah, he shared your emails. What an asshole. I didn't know that was allowed in the media. The media can apparently share the correspondence. Like, what's his reasoning for doing that? DB is gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, DB. Our #1 baby girl has just done the most baby girl thing. We love to see it, and we're very grateful. If you're a new member, welcome. If you're an old member, welcome. If you're not a member, that's okay too. Where is this thread? I'm gonna find it. That Allen County Courthouse, I never really realized it until Andrea Burkhart started kind of describing it. It's like it is kind of hideous. It's like very gaudy, you know? Okay, there's gotta be a better way to do this. Yeah, there is. I'm gonna do it this way. Someone says, what did Holman do to you exactly? I'll send a link. We did a live about it, like a pretty long one, where we talk about it, and I believe it's time-stamped. So I'll share that in a second. We go over all of the details. He basically tried to, almost got me killed. That's what he did. He violated my civil rights and broke several state and federal laws. All right. So I had posted something. Rosie posted a tweet, and then I posted her tweet and said, the legacy media has failed to do anything, basically anything useful. It was, in fact, the true crime community and independent investigative reporters who have fought for transparency and access coming together to safeguard due process and all our inalienable rights. See below. And then I did like a thread of a bunch of stuff. And then DB tweeted it and said, the legacy media has bent the knee to the state. Take, for instance, Bob Siegel, WTHR, inviting everyone to WTHR's website to look at the trial budget that the auditor released. The trial budget was not anywhere to be found, so I emailed him. He responded and told me that he wasn't actually going to share it anymore, which is true. That is like a relatively truthful synopsis of what went down. Yay, Emily, welcome. Holman did a voyeur surveillance according to a sufficient agreement of points of comparison. Yeah. Thank you, All Eyes. And then Bob Siegel took issue with this. He said, why didn't we publish the docs from the auditor? Oops, fuck, I hate this thread. Because they can... So how do I find the... Here we go. He responds, I wasn't going to share it anymore. If you're going to include me on your media bashing tour, I know that's all the rage nowadays. At least get your facts right. Here's my actual email so your followers can see what you left out and how you twisted my statements. To be fair, he did only include his response to you, so I guess that's a little less questionable, but it's still pretty bad. It's relatively truthful, true. I'm not going after Holman, but there's a couple New York State police officers who are not happy with him. But what do I know? Where's the rest of his stupid... There's one of one. Here it is. 2 of 3, or yeah, 1 of 3, 2 of 3. WTHR did not invite everyone to the website to look at the trial budget. We told our viewers we published a more detailed breakdown of the costs there compared to what we broadcasted on air. It is there still. We didn't tell people the documents would be there. Which I don't know that that's true. Didn't they tell the documents would be there? Oh, we didn't tell people the documents would be there. You did. I just need 3 of 3, and then I can move on to my funny responses. Bob, thanks for sharing my email response to you faster than you shared Judge Gold's email. I'm sure your response to me is truly newsworthy. When I watched your segment, I seen a very long list of items and 3 reports that you showed on screen. I assumed that you were going to share those. Right. Where's 3 of 3, dude? Bob is just... I don't know if we're going to be able to find it. Doesn't matter. Oh, here it is. Why didn't we publish the documents from the auditor? Well, because they contain info that was supposed to be redacted to protect due process in the trial, meaning to protect the defendant.
Bob, some people would call that a story.
Say more, deep. Oh, you can't say more. I'll say more. Yeah. DB says, Bob, some people would call the fact that you were given freely documents that had info that was supposed to be redacted to protect due process in the trial. The auditor openly, freely, willingly gave you basically ex parte information that was supposed to be sealed in order to protect the defendant. This is what he means by due process, because no one's going to come right out and say that this is that this harms the defendant. When ex parte motions and orders and rulings are violated by the state, that harms the defendant and his due process. Just because we got info doesn't mean it's right to publish it. That's called journalistic ethics, not bending a knee to the state. Nope. No, that's called being the recipient of a leak. He was the recipient of a leak. What was I going to show? Oh, yeah, I told him. I said, Bob, you and another WTHR reporter attended the peaceful groundswell demonstration that concerned citizens held at the Indiana State House in November 2023, where we gathered in solidarity against the actions of Judge Gold in the state of Indiana in the Delphi case. Was this ever reported on? He didn't respond. A demonstration of 15 to 25 citizens on a Monday morning may not be exactly newsworthy, but given the amount of time that you and WTHR spent with us that day, going so far as to gather us for an on-camera interview, given the historic writ that served as the backdrop for that demonstration, it is confusing why there wasn't a word of reporting by WTHR or other media. Can you see why the public may feel confused, exasperated, entirely distrustful, and giving media the benefit of the doubt here? Oh, wait, I'm not sharing this? Oh, yes, I am. Okay, sorry. I thought I wasn't. To see so many legacy media reporters taking the righteous anger and exasperation of the public, i.e. citizens, and twisting and personalizing their words, lashing out on public Twitter accounts, being defensive and obstinate instead of inquisitive or curious has been truly bizarre. The way that independent investigative reporters and citizen sleuths have been maligned and dehumanized by the state and the mainstream media and the judge and law enforcement in this case has been astounding. And while WTHR gets to pick and choose safely behind closed doors what they're allowed to report on, independent journalists, activists, and concerned citizens have been stalked, harassed, retaliated against, and had their very lives put at risk, all because they dared to ask what's really going on in Indiana, in Carroll County specifically. You and other legacy media are correct. We are not the same. Hey, Bob, go fish. The public, y'all are welcome to go fish too. Oh my God. Where? Oh God. This is why I can't have nice things. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Oh my God. That's so bad. Oh. Okay, I think I fixed it. Lord. There's me and Fiend. This is our werecat, our electric werecat. Where's Weircat? He's waiting for the media to do a later. Venus Southern Richard Allen. This is me and Fiend being stalked by unknowns at Groundswell, just walking down a public street. I mean, technically you're allowed to photograph people on a public street, but it's a little weird that they were doing it and sending it out to large groups of people to ID us. There's me and Courtney. Again, these are photos that were sent to various people from strangers. That was weird. And then Bob still has not responded to me. I don't know what I said wrong. He was responding to DB and Fiend all day, arguing with them about, like, who knows what. This is funny. Sketch is not a photograph, y'all. Fiend is DTM. I don't know what that means. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's the problem. I know that a lot of people think that citizens exercising their rights are weird. Please join the chat if you have questions. Our bud tenders are not versed in the case. Welcome to all of Kristen's bud tenders and friends. Nice to have you here. Did someone already request body cam footage from this morning yet? Fiend, perhaps. I don't think so, All Eyes, although, I mean, I don't know. I hope so. We put up, where's our call to action? Aha. I think that that is definitely necessary and needed, though. Have you heard that, All Eyes, that somebody did that? That would be amazing. That would be very cool. Fiend was here earlier. I don't know where he's at. He's off doing something. He'll be back later. DB's male privilege got him a response from Shane. Welcome, Shane. Shane says they need to ask themselves why they're so threatened by people supporting the defense. I thought they had such a strong case, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, you would definitely think so. Moss says, I told my dispensary guy this morning about the criminal case against Rick Allen. We love that. Everybody, tell everybody about the criminal case against Richard Allen. Fiend's off doing weird cat stuff. Where's all the bullshit today? Right where we left it, Cat. Welcome. Hey, David Rogers, welcome. Oh, dead to me. I see. DTM. Fiend is DTM because he's waiting for me. Fiend is dead to me. DTM as he awaits media mainstream reports. Estrella says, I go on and on to my daughter about this case. Love that. I told my mom about this the other day and she didn't believe it. Are lawyers allowed to talk to the press now that the trial has started? I feel like one of the gray areas, like, again, legally, could they? Maybe. That's new. Per ABC, Baldwin says that Rick Allen's cell data shows that he left by 2:15 p.m. Let's try and find. Wow. Where's his cell phone data if he's so innocent? Where is Rick Allen's cell phone data? Why haven't the defense talked about his cell phone data? If he's so innocent, where is his cell phone data? DB, I haven't been adding anything to that list. I need to. I will. Actually, let me pull it up. What? I'm sorry. Hey, it's Ange, your R&M production. Do it while I look for this. He left trails by. Bro, if that's true, fuck. Share. Let me share. This is a running list. Hey, TV. What did he say by what time? He left by. Where is my love? Criminality Live per ABC. Baldwin said RA cell data shows he left by 2:15. Wow. Yeah, we need to find out what that is. Let's see. I'm sorry for all the clicking. I need a quieter mouse. I beg unto you, Mr. DB, for more voicemail bits. Thank you for your life. Hey, Cleveland. Cleveland's been here since 10 a.m. You and me both, sister. What's to say that's even when the crime occurred, though? You're right. Yeah, it could have occurred way after, which would be even worse for them that are. What is Courtney saying? Judge Gold expelled 2 media platforms. Man, I hope that they also sue her for like lying. Remember when Court TV, she like accused Court TV of violating her thing and filming the hallway, and then that's why she wouldn't let cameras in forever and ever. We were all like, why isn't Court TV throwing a fit about her lying on them like that? Who knows? Maybe the media will do a justice. I doubt it though. So bad. I can't believe that. AP and if anyone knows who the other entity was that got expelled, please let me know. But they were at least 2 legitimate. Allen Superior Court wants everyone to know that episode 23 of their podcast is live. Chief Justice Loretta Rush is going to talk about the challenges and opportunities facing the Indiana courts. How about the challenges and opportunities, mostly challenges facing her constituents in the state of Indiana, or just Indiana lives and livelihood and wellness and safety? Just like all of the oppression that they're inflicting on their citizens and all the rules and laws they're violating. I need to stop getting distracted though, because I was going to show you something. Oh yeah, we were going to look up ABC's statement, ABC's claim that apparently Rick's phone will show that he was gone. Here it is, new details. I bet this is it. New details revealed. Opening arguments begin. This was posted at 2:24. So that's, let's see. Details about the murder of 2 teenage girls in Delphi, Indiana in 2017 were revealed for the first time. You're going to see the crime scene. Let's see. This we've read. Okay, they corrected this. He ordered the girls down the hill. According to McClellan, Allen testified he was on the trail that day. Investigators also found a gun in his house. And testing showed, yeah, according to McClellan, testing showed a bullet found at the crime scene was cycled through Allen's gun. McClellan also said that Allen confessed to committing the crime to his wife and mother voluntarily while in jail. Aha. Defense attorney Baldwin said in his opening statement that there's reasonable doubt in this case, arguing that the state's investigation was botched from the beginning. Baldwin questioned the timeline and the cell phone evidence in the state's case, holding up a phone to the jury and saying forensic data on these phones don't lie. Baldwin said the prosecution claims that Abby and Libby were dead by 4 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, and that their bodies were never moved until they were recovered the next day. He said that the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in a parking lot near the trail at 1:30, but his cell phone data shows that he was gone by 2:15 p.m.
I'm sorry. I hate
I
coming
know.
in and
You
out
go
like
ahead. Are
this.
you going to talk? Wait, before you go. I think I know what you're going to say, but go ahead. Say it anyway.
Well, how are we gonna know that you're right? Because then you could just make it up.
Are you going to say, is it about, wait, I'm going to highlight. Is it going to be about this?
Oh no,
Okay.
I know a thing or two about that though.
Okay.
But no, I was gonna ask you if you could talk about the 2:15. Say if he was gone by 2:15. Some newer people to the case may not realize what that means from the south side of the bridge.
Right.
If his car was leaving at 2:15.
Sure. That's a great point. I forget that there are people here that might not know all of the minutia. Thank you, DB. So the state's version of the crime.
You're welcome.
Everyone drop a 1 in the chat for Baby Girl DB. Baby Girl DB and his grown man baritone voice. So the state's theory of the case of the crime is that Rick Allen. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do one. We're going to do one better. This is the only link you'll ever need for case documents. 4 left of 3. We are going to read the following one, or at least we're going to pull up the following one. This is a reconstructed, searchable version of the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen, which is also the original of which is linked in that document as well. Oops. Shit. So let's take a look-see, shall we? Let's see what the facts of the case are according to the state. We're going to fast forward a little bit too. All right, according to police, through interviews, electronic records, and video from the Hoosier Harv store, investigators believe victim 1 and 2 were dropped off across from the Mears farm by the bridge at like a little offside trailhead at 1:49 p.m. on February 13th. Okay, 1:49 p.m. is when they're dropped off. A video from victim 2's cell phone shows that at 2:13 p.m., victim 1 and 2 encountered a male subject on the southeast portion of the bridge. He says, guys down the hill. No witnesses saw them after that. So if at 2:13 p.m., according to the cell phone, forensics and video and everything and of Libby German's phone, we know that the bridge guy video and audio was taken at 2:13 p.m. So if the girls please hold. Anyone is like new to the case, I hope this is helpful. How do I leave? Okay. So according to the state, not to do a Gray Hughes, but according to the state, the girls were right here at 2:15 p.m. How do I drop a pin? I don't know how. Whatever. 2:13 p.m. the girls were right here. They're also saying that at 2:15 p.m., Rick Allen was gone. So the state wants us to believe that Rick Allen was parked all the way over here. That's pretty far away, huh? That's where they want us to believe he parked. And they think that he literally killed the girls approximately right here. Let's see, right here-ish. And then exited the woods somehow up this ravine and got to 300 North. And then he proceeded to walk muddy and bloody down the 300 North road in the open, in the view of everybody. And that Miss Sarah Carbaugh, Miss Sarah Carbaugh, Miss Sarah Carbaugh did a, what's it called? She did a, she changed her testimony. She changed her story. In 2017, she said she saw a guy in a tan jacket walking. He looked kind of dirty, muddy. In 2019, she told Tony Liggett, actually, in fact, he was walking down this road and he was bloody and wearing a blue jacket. And she claims to have saw him somewhere around here while she was driving, and he was walking along the side of the road. Let's see exactly what time the state wants us to believe that Mr. Allen was seen walking down 300 North. Wow. Investigators spoke to Sarah Carbaugh, who stated she was traveling east on 300 North on the 13th of February. This should, February 13th, 2017, and observed a male subject walking west on the north side of 300 North away from the Monon High Bridge. She advised the male subject was wearing a blue jacket, blue jeans, muddy. She further stated it appeared he had gotten into a fight. She saw this man at approximately 3:57 p.m. Uh-oh. Where's that little document DB's making? PCA claims Sarah Carbaugh saw a bridge guy walking down 300 North, muddy and bloody in blue jacket at 3:57 p.m. Okay. That's a bit problematic. Oh, wait. Now, we still don't know, like, we haven't seen the cell phone evidence. We don't know who the experts are. We don't know what they're basing that off of. Better map with plots. Okay, let me pull that up then. Thank you, DB. DB has a better map for us, just to give us. Ooh. It's doing a load. It's loading. Better map with plots. Plots. Okay. Oh gosh. All right. So we are at, let's see, crime scene. View. Crime scene. Crime scene. Where's the crime scene? Oh Jesus. I'm gonna do a botch. How do I change the satellite? Wait. No. Nope.
The left menu, scroll all the way down.
Scroll all the way down. Okay. Wait, this one?
Okay, that didn't work. Go to layers.
Okay.
Nope. Okay. That's all right. That's not
Oh, wait.
what it was for me.
I wonder if it's like back to.
Oh yeah, go down to the left
To the left. Okay.
and on the map.
What? The left.
Yeah, keep going.
Keep going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Down
We
a
know
little
my RAM problems.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Um.
Now down.
Okay. Down.
Yep,
Okay.
that's you're gonna be in Chicago any moment now.
Okay. This is where I want to be, right? In here?
Yeah, I think that's the city of Delphi.
Okay.
Small, quiet town.
Okay. Oops. God. All right. This feels right. Here we go. Thank you, DB. All right. So they want us to believe that Rick Allen was on the bridge at 2:13 p.m. as bridge guy, confronting the girls and ushering them down the hill to the crime scene where they were murdered sometime around 3:30 p.m., right? And then he was seen apparently walking along 300 North at 3:57 p.m. by one Sarah Carbaugh. Apparently just walking out in the open, muddy and bloody after killing two girls in broad daylight. And he got back in his car right here, apparently, and drove home and went about his normal life. Weird. Especially since they didn't find any DNA in his car. It's weird. What Andy Baldwin is now stating, the details of which we don't have yet. Let's see what ABC says Andy said. Baldwin said, the prosecution claims that Abby and Libby were dead by 4 p.m. on the 13th of February, 2017, and that their bodies were never moved until they were recovered the next day. He also said the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in a parking lot near the trail at 1:30 p.m., but his cell phone data shows that he was gone by 2:15. Addressing the unspent round found at the crime scene, Baldwin said law enforcement commonly used that type of bullet, but police never investigated if an officer ever made one. He also said the owner of the property where the girls were found owns a similar weapon, but that his gun was never tested. That would be one Ronald Logan. Never tested, y'all. Maybe that's what they meant by Brad. I don't know where the Brad Weber info is coming from, but regardless, owner of the property where the girls were found owns a similar weapon. Yeah, maybe they mean, I don't know if they mean Brad or Ron here, but either way, they didn't test the gun. The defense also argued that Allen's mental health was in decline while in prison, which led to him confessing to the crimes. The defense told jurors they believed the girls were killed somewhere else and that their bodies were returned to the crime scene. That searchers saw no bodies or girls' clothing in the creek on the night of February 13th, and witnesses near the crime scene also never heard any screams. Baldwin also said that hair found in Abby's hand was a possible match to a female relative of Libby, and it did not belong to Richard Allen. The defense revealed the evidence for the first time during proceedings earlier in the week. Ahead of opening statements, Judge Francis Gall ruled the composite sketches of a person of interest in the case released by ISP early in the investigation will not be used during trial. Prosecutors filed a motion seeking to prevent the defense attorneys from referencing the sketches, arguing they were for generating leads in the case and were not used to identify Allen as the suspect. Yeah, I think they probably meant Ron Logan too, DB. It's so weird that the state's key piece of evidence in this case, per defense, state never property owner. Gun was never tested. Cool. it's just interesting how the key piece of evidence for the state is this unfired unfired round. And yet, no mention of it in the Ron Logan probable cause affidavit for the search of his property. No mention of the guns of Ron Logan being tested in any capacity. He had over 150. You would think that if a bullet found at the crime scene was the key piece of evidence to link the crime to the killer, test the weapons, firearms of the property owner where the girls' bodies were found. Doesn't make any sense. They've backed themselves into a corner by claiming that he was interrupted during the crime. Courtney was saying something like that earlier to me, my King of Kings, and I didn't have a chance to really read exactly what she was saying, but I'd love to hear why you think that, because it sounds like that could be true from what it seems like a consensus among a couple people. Interrupted at 3:30 when Brad Weber came home, but was seen on the road at 3:57. Yeah, so Brad Weber has pretty consistently said he came home around 3:30, but yeah, that kind of doesn't make sense either. He was interrupted, but he had enough time to move the girls and place sticks over them. Weird. So the state is claiming that Rick Allen, his motivation was that he wanted to sexually assault the girls, but he got interrupted and he didn't have time, so instead he slit their throats and fled. Okay, but we also know that the girls were undressed at some point. Abby was redressed at some point. Both of them were killed. There's suggestive evidence per the defense that Abby died slowly, trigger warning. Maybe evidence suggesting that one of the larger sticks found at the crime scene was cut with an electric saw or something, but there were sticks placed symmetrically in we're just going to call them in symbolic formation, or a specific formation on top of the girls, on top of both of them. The bodies were certainly moved and staged per FBI. They were moved, positioned. So he gets interrupted, so he can't SA them, but he has time to position them and cover that 3% of their bodies with sticks, and then leave and walk down 300 North. So they're trying to say that from 2:36 p.m. until 3:30 p.m. when Brad Weber allegedly came home, that's enough time to do what he did, says the state. But apparently Rick Allen's cell phone suggests he was gone by 2:15 p.m. He didn't even see the girls that day, which I've been screaming. I don't think that anybody saw the girls that day. Maybe Betsy. I don't know. Man, this is infuriating. I want to hear what DB has. I love when DB goes, okay, so don't forget the switching of the knives. Yes, and apparently there were 2 knives used. A serrated and unserrated knife, because all killers who are in a rush after being interrupted. DB, you have a point. He had to rush and get out of there, but he could have left without staging. Yeah, he could have left without staging. He could have left without moving and posing. Yeah, staging the bodies, staging the scene. Yeah, and there was a shape intentionally painted. Whatever you want to believe the shape was, there's suggestions that it was a rune. Some people say it was an upside down L. Some people say it was a random scribble. Regardless, it was painted on the tree in Libby's blood. So he painted an upside down L and then hit the road. Nick, the prosecutor, the state says that he was interrupted before he could have his way with them, but he had enough time to put the sticks on them, redress them, pose them, paint the tree, and then just walk down. I can't believe Nick didn't try to keep Rick's phone data out. I imagine, hey Fiend, the Weirdcat's back. What would that, so why do we think if the state even tried to look at Rick's cell phone data, I imagine they would try not to, because that might exonerate him and that would be really bad for them. But why do we think that Didn't they already search? Okay, Kristen, welcome. Kristen is a newer viewer. She says, didn't they already search the area where they found the girls the next day? Yeah, that's what, well, so that's always been a area of contention because searchers who were out there that night looking for them swear that they looked in that area where the girls were found. They swear that they would have seen them had they been there the whole night. I believe that they did have drones out that night and earlier that morning looking for them. And at least the drones that they had out during the search did not seem to pick up any anything, or else they would have probably found them sooner. And criminal network. So there is suggestion that the girls, and there were no clothes in the creek when the searchers were looking for them beforehand. Interesting. My King of Kings says he's not going to stage the scene if he was interrupted. And if they want to say, oh, he was interrupted while staging, then why didn't he sexually assault them before? Same reason they didn't look at Todd Clicks. Yeah. They avoid conducting thorough investigations, and they avoid analyzing evidence that will yield a definitive conclusion, because what if that conclusion is not in line with the theory or the evidence that, or like what they want the evidence to yield? Well, if I just don't check, then I can't be wrong. That's messed up, man. If they did, it's clear the girls at least left the area, maybe willingly, maybe not, and were returned and unalived. How long does it take to walk from the creek to the road? Less than time from 27 minutes from when he was interrupted. Right. According to the state, sure. Right. So from the creek to the road would take, to get from like where the crime scene is to the, around like the cemetery, I would imagine would be where he'd probably leave. Would it take less than 27 minutes? Yeah, it would not take 27 minutes. Probably take like 5 to 10. Able-bodied adult male. Although he does have short legs. If he shows that he left the area by 2:15, he can't be buried, period. Period. How are they going to argue that? Is this the cell phone evidence that the state wants to keep out? Could it be? Because the state did file a motion in limine trying to suppress. Oh, oops. Trying to suppress certain geofence evidence. Oh my God. How are they proving that he's bridge guy anyway? Asked Gravital Punishment. Beats me. I have no idea.
Criminal Network is a new member and a very nice member, having already gifted 10 lawyerly memberships. Thank you, Criminal Network.
Scared me. Yay, Criminal Network. He's a philanthropist, everybody. I love that. I can't judge. I have Danny DeVito legs. Yeah, this is a great question. I don't think that they can prove. Was Sarah Carbo the woman that ran her boyfriend over? No, that was another woman. Who also, there has been, I mean, there's always been talk of this other woman who you're referring to coming forward and saying that she did see something that day. But again, yeah, everyone said it wasn't the same one. So Sarah Carbo is not that woman. But that woman did run her ex-husband over. Unfortunately, he's fine. He survived. It's okay. He's all right. He survived. Okay, motion in lemonade. I just want to see the exact wording that when I see clean cut Laura Lee saying Criminal Network donated, I died. Oh my God. Man. Where are these motions and lemonades? off the top of y'all's head, when was the motion in Lemonade filed to exclude all that evidence? Was it filed in the Odinist evidence? I believe it was in September, if I'm not mistaken. No, it wasn't in September because they had a hearing on it in July. When was it? May. Yep, because they filed it right before they were supposed to have trial. Because Judge Gold was like, hey, if you want to exclude third parties, now's your chance. Man. I don't think this is it. I don't know what I'm looking for, y'all. I'm lost. They had that during the 3-day hearing. Okay, you're right. So it had to be. Sorry, y'all. I don't know why I can't find this. Oh, yeah, there's court tomorrow, too. God, y'all, she's trying to exhaust these people. All right, I can't find it. Anyway, that's all right. We'll look at it later. What time did Pat Brown get his truck stranded in the cemetery? If the girls were staged in the morning of the 14th, it would have been there at that time. Great question. Yeah, I got a lot of questions about Mr. Pat Brown. Apparently he was around there. Breaking, Scott says. What? What did EMS say? I missed it. Where's my... We'll be here until Ari gets acquitted. Facts. Okay, let's see if there's any updates. Oh, Courtney did a tweet. Let's read Courtney's tweets. Courtney's tweets are always really good. Yellow Jacket, Corn Dog Court. This is Courtney's tweet. Ah, God. Lord. You're not following Courtney Yellow Jacket on Twitter. You should be. She said, Delphi, 2 p.m. update. The unspent bullet in the ground that ISP says was cycled through Richard Allen's gun was never excluded as matching some other people whose guns were tested, including the homeowner at the end of the bridge. Oh, okay. Who got home around 3:30 and had a .40 caliber gun in his vehicle. The state's new theory is that this homeowner's 3:30 arrival at the south end of the bridge interrupted Richard Allen's plans to essay both victims, the same size as him, in the woods between 3 homes and the bridge people were on all day long. So then he marched them across the creek, killed them both by himself without any signs of a struggle or screams heard, did all that stuff with posing and staging in now a new time span of less than 20 minutes because he was back walking down the street seen by Muddy Bloody Girl by 3:56 p.m. Yeah, so the homeowner gets home at 3:30. God. What are they? How are they gonna like? How is this? How is this still a thing, y'all? This is just wild. Associated Press is one large media entity with a bunch of little ones beneath them, but the Associated Press is like, well, you probably get better info from Google than from me, but yeah, you don't want to you don't want to be confiscating and destroying the equipment of the Associated Press. You certainly don't want to be violating their rights to report report the news, their First Amendment. I have heard from very early on that the girls were found at least an hour before we were told, and that law enforcement and searchers had plenty of time to mess with the crime scene. There's always been talk about them being found earlier. Yeah. I'd hate to see what he would do if he wasn't interrupted, right? We're all going to go insane. We're waiting for a jury verdict. Yeah, that is so fishy. What about Libby's phone being turned on at 4:30 a.m.? Yeah, that's a problem for the state. That's a problem for the timeline. 20 minutes. Oops. Indy Cindy says, find your first message. Are all the jurors... Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, Erskine said that he found the girls close to 9:45 a.m. according to an interview or interviews that he's done. He found the girls closer to 9:45. He wouldn't say much more. He moved out of state. His kids were being taunted at school. That's very sad. Can we please get back to the 9:45 a.m. thing? It's a problem. And we know that law enforcement, first responders dispatched an ambulance when the girls were found because the belief at the time was that Abby could have still been alive. If the phone is moving at 2:36 according to ISP testimony, how is he interrupted at 3:30? Oh, if the phone stops moving at 2:36 according to ISP testimony, how is he interrupted at 3:30? Right, because they would have been alive still, because he didn't kill them until he got interrupted. This is a mess, y'all. This is a mess. If they said that the girls were killed by 2:36 because that's when the phone stops, but he was with them for an hour before he was interrupted? This makes no sense, y'all. I got questions, y'all. I got concerns. Bring in a wet CPR dummy and some wet clothes. Let's time Nick dressing them. Right. New filing. What is it, Fiend? Oh, God. Fiend did a suspense. Change of address filed. We already had that one. That's not it. Oh, that is it. Wait, what are you talking about, Fiend? Oh. Wait, hold on. You goofball. I'll share it. Fiend said in July, somebody could change of address form and everyone would lose their minds. Being silly. And then today, change of address filed. Oh, guys. Oh my God, it's finally happening. Yeah, I wonder what that is. What is that? What could that mean? How about if you falsify documents on a death penalty case, you'll be jailed under the same charges you tried to pin on someone else. Hey, Rosie, I'm late. Has this been going on for 5 hours? If that's what the ticker says, that's what the ticker says. 5 hours and 35 minutes, Rosie. Yeah, having someone smaller than one of the victims manipulating and overpowering and apparently staging the body of one of the victims, that seems pretty unbelievable. That's what I was saying earlier. I don't think there's any other way to say it. I think this case might be a little messed. Jeez, DB, them's fighting words. A little step he is. Is Delphi trending for anyone on Twitter? I don't see it trending in my area, but I also don't know how to look. Like, wow. I don't see anything being added to the Supreme Court docket right now by the media. It feels like it's been 3 days since we've gotten an update. I know. As deep as Deer Creek was on the day of the murders, it would have been an asset to Liberty. She was an avid swimmer on the swim team. She could have easily gone underwater and swam away quickly. Do you know who got into the courthouse? So of the mainstream media, I believe Russ McQuaid and his whoever, I don't know who they're with, but Russ McQuaid is inside. Barbara McDonald is inside. Donnie got in. Donnie Burgess is inside. A couple other stations, I believe, are inside. And good question, Dougie. Let's address that in a second. Angela gonna give me whiplash with her conduct. But Rosie, of the YouTubers and lawyers that we know, I know that lawyer Lee is inside taking notes. I know that Andrea Burkhart is inside taking notes. I know that Bob Mata is inside not taking notes, but listening attentively. And we believe, top secret, check your DMs. Believe. Oh, here, I'll just share. This is who got in today. Of average people, I know what you mean, Rosie. I think Joe Schmo got in the afternoon. I don't know who else, though, got in. We will go live tonight with an update from Joe. Awesome. Close your DMs. Open your DMs. What are we going to do with me? Let's see, 3:57 p.m. He is planning to go until, hey, Matthew Greco, welcome. People in line at 8:30. Will they start lining up at 6 p.m. for tomorrow's? Great question, Rosie. We rant and rave about all of that early. We actually had Oksana as a friend of ours, and she was there at like 3 something in the morning. She got there, and she should have gotten in, but her and a couple other folks she was with did not. They did not get seats. There was some fuckery occurring in the line jumpers and nonsense. Thanks for always. Scott. Of course, of course they are. Andrea Burkhart, Lawyer Lee, Bob Mata. Cleveland Rocks makes probably the best point of the day, in my opinion. This mess is the Supreme Court of Indiana's fault. They declined to remove Judge Francis Gull from presiding over Rick Allen's case. They dropped the ball. Hoosier says, abduction at 2:13, crossed the creek, interruption at 3:30. He crossed the creek, murdered them, staged the scene, and walked away nearly back to his car by 3:56. So what was he doing on the south side by the bridge from 2:13 until 3:30? Or are they trying to say that he crossed the creek before he got interrupted? Or he hung out with them on the south side of the creek from 2:13 until 3:30 and got interrupted? Like, what was he doing? Nobody heard him? That makes no sense. I don't get it. So they didn't cross the creek until after he got interrupted by Brad Weber? What? What were they doing over there? Makes more sense that they would get in a vehicle, right? I don't understand. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you, Tor. Yeah, I thought I was going crazy. What were they doing until 3:30, especially when the phone stopped moving at 2:36? Man, I don't fucking know. Nick has filed a motion that everything in the PCA be excluded. That's funny. Thank God for the afternoon lull. I'm going to have a taco and a doobie. That sounds divine. Have a taco and a doobie on our behalf. Dougie says, crossing the creek would have brought more attention, right? Yeah, 100%. PCA is the probable cause affidavit. So that's what the law enforcement and the prosecutor bring to a judge. It's like all the details of why probably to arrest the suspect. Here's the facts of why this guy needs to be arrested for this crime. It's really tragic that we'll never see the real perpetrators of this heinous crime held accountable. Assuming he wanted to essay them is crazy. Where's the evidence? He had time to redress one of the girls. Yeah. Yeah, always. That's true. I watched him walk in this morning. I've been ranting and raving, but it's like as if that man hasn't made overt threats to kill the defendant multiple times, and the defendant's defense counsel and defense witnesses. And just people. Maybe if you're making like overt, explicit, specific, death threats, you shouldn't be allowed in there. I think this is I think this is a great idea. People can't line up on the property before a certain time. Fine. Then you're gonna have people rushing to get in line at a certain time, getting hurt, and this is what she wants. She wants chaos, I think. I would imagine, Tor, that they're not, but they don't have. What are they going to? I mean, they can barely park their car without getting harassed by law enforcement. They probably don't have the bandwidth or the capacity to worry about Reno right now, I wouldn't. The gap in time makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense. Hammy says, I'm trying to make a meme. Again, they caused this. What are the biggest takeaways from today so far, y'all? I think that if there is any kind of evidence that on Rick's cell phone or any evidence that he was gone by 2:15, I say that this case needs dismissed yesterday.
Criminal Network is a new member, and
Basically, all security measures were expensive props to show because they're not taking security seriously if someone can vow to kill the defendant and still get in the courtroom. 100%. Yep. They cause the problem and then they blame it on people they're giving the hard time. What did I say last night? I feel like I fired off a tweet last night that was really good. I do that from time to time. Classic gaslighting. Someone in the family is lying about being DNA tested repeatedly. I have a lot of questions about this. Thoughts and prayers for the real victim in all of this, Judge Francis Siegel. That's so funny. Rosie, this is a great point. This is like an arsonist putting out a fire that they started. Yeah. That's a really good point. This is so funny. This is the chat of the day so far. Someone has to meme that. Yes, Hammy, very much so. Very much so. So yesterday, Bob spoke to somebody. Bob was outside, I guess, the courtroom or courthouse, or was talking to locals or something. He said, I spoke to an angry Delphi resident. She fears out-of-town podcasters, YouTubers, and true crime tourists will get the few public seats, shutting down access for local residents. Quote, it's bullshit. We have to come out here and stand in line all night to watch a trial in our own town. Sure, locals blame outsiders who donated to their reward funds and brought their fucking t-shirts and bracelets. Meanwhile, the ones to blame siphon their tax dollars to prosecute an innocent man who filled their fucking prescriptions with a smile on his face. This place is irredeemable. Sink. Fucking sink, Carroll County, Indiana, you motherfuckers. Like, who do they think is to blame? Yes, Susan Hendricks is there. She got in. She was in front of the line. Front of the line this morning. She is in. She's going to say, agree, no, you don't need to know. He's just a, he's like a, he's a character. He's just basically I'm not gonna, can someone tell Kristen who Greeno is so I don't have to, because I promised I'd never utter his name really on my live. So if they appeal, the appeal is up to goal. It could take 10 years. Yeah, Oksana was there at 3:30 a.m. and she didn't get in. Yes, kind of, except I think with way more criminal charges than Grant. Way more. Also, I don't think Grant was ever actually a suspect in the murder he was reporting on, so that might be a slight difference. No, I'm not local. Jerry Holman could tell you though if you really want to know. He's got my exact location. People are going to go postal. It's just crazy that, like, I wonder if she has a media, if she's one of the 12. I can't imagine she would be, because, like, I don't think she's with an outlet anymore, is she? This dude comes in here, the first comment of the day is it's so true. Wave hello to Glory Coleman through the window. Yeah, he's definitely hanging out. He's got me on his, like, you know how you can like track your Ring camera on your phone? He's got me. Oh my God. This is actually a fair comment, although I think this applies to all of the people who are like the lengths that certain uninvolved parties will go to people can't spend 12 hours in line and 8 hours in court. Rosie, what do we do? How do we get Wish TV and the Associated Press and everyone else who's had their rights absolutely bulldozed by this witch? Like, what do? They have to file a writ. Why won't they, Rosie? Help us. Tell us what to do, Rosie, our journalistic friend. This is crazy. It's craziness. Untenable is the best word today. Like, oh, this is our meme hashtag. Hold on. That's our meme hashtag. If you're going to meme, Carroll County IN. Yeah, I mean, like, if I did not follow the case at all, and I only listened to like very, very surface level, very mainstream media, I might just assume that they have the right guy. But as soon as I started actually paying attention or like looking on Twitter at the hashtags and being like, I don't think that the ribbons are on the actual courthouse, right? Karina's friend's cousin. One friend's cousin that's always around and doesn't have a license or money or job, but is in and out of trouble enough to not ever become a main character. They're around the courthouse. They're like on the light posts. Where else are they? We saw a video this morning of some rando with like really perfectly coiffed, highlighted hair, putting up a ribbon. I've tried to get a young investigative journalist to look into this case for 2 years, and here we are. Did anyone answer me about if it's too late to file an interlocutory appeal? So on what issue do you think, aka Radar? What issue do you think? I'm not sure if it is or not. I think it would depend. Like, she'd have to issue an order that they would appeal. I guess could share it. Oh God, what did Hammy share? Rosie says, I have no idea what the media will do. I tweeted about the press. I think average people are going to have to team up and mobilize so they can take turns waiting in line so they can rotate people. I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What do you got, Hammy? Hammy did a meme. Getting ready to spin all the information that came out during. Love it. Love it. So it seems as though the morning sessions, from what we've kind of experienced today, DB's still talking about strep throat. Yes. Rosie, come on. DB, as long as that man has air in his lungs, we will hear about the strep that was in his throat. He's a survivor. Yes. So, and Rosie made a good point about the normal people mobilizing, but like, I agree with you, Rosie, but like, we've mobilized. We've groundswelled. We've petitioned. What more can we do from where we are? Like, you know what I mean? I agree with you. In an ideal world where people actually where the rules of law are upheld. And then DB says, yes, but that doesn't give us access to the exhibits that we have a right to inspect. Right. What do you want me to do? My throat is stripped. DB, they let kids go back to school after 1 day on antibiotics. You're good, homie. I'm very weary of this jury possibly being tampered with, aka runaway jury, except by prosecution. Do Baldwin and Rosie have a jury specialist? I suspect that they have something. I hope. DB will never be the same. Strep throat is why men don't birth babies. Our hearts go out to him. For sure. So it seems as though the morning sessions of court for the next month will probably be like info will be coming out because it seems as though she's always late. Probably takes them a minute to get started and get their groove. And then they're going to break for lunch when they break for lunch. But it seems like a lot of updates were kind of coming out in the morning, like rapid fire, like little trickles of updates. But then once those doors shut in the afternoon, it seems like they just go. They're just going.
Please donate to the Adult Straight White Male Strep Throat Foundation. It's a serious cause. We are pretty close to our goal. I appreciate it. Thanks.
My God, our goal of $2 million, just saw a $2 million goal. DB could DB could bankroll half of the trial in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. Sleuthy says, I'm just sitting here getting more and more angry. I want to know what the fuck is happening. You and me both, sister. It's weird that something I'm thinking about. So I don't know what I'm thinking. It's like so the hair is found entwined. Hairs found wrapped around the fingers of Abby, who is okay, I'll just call you Radar. You can just call me Radar Hen, aka Radar. You can call. I don't know how to make a decision for myself. Oh my God, DB's talking about this time. Well, I don't need to pin that, but
Hey, if you just end the stream, you need a break. It's okay. I know what you're doing. You like can't take a break. You want to take a break, but you need to take a break, but you don't know.
should I end the stream? Well, so if I end the stream, I'm probably not going to start another one because by the time
you feel like it.
Yeah, because by the time like the day is over, everyone's gonna be streaming, you know. So I should just end the stream. Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. All right, y'all. Well, I think we're gonna end the stream because it sounds like we're probably not gonna get. I don't know. As soon as you end the stream. Well, when do we think they'll finish today? What if I end the stream and I come back around like I just want to be around for when everybody comes out. Is kind of how I feel. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a break, put up a banner. I don't know how long I can stream without getting cut off though. I'm just thinking. Which law enforcement agency confiscated the camera? Good question, Rosie. I don't know. I wish I knew. That's why we want to FOIA all the body, all of it. We want to FOIA all of it. I don't know why no one's reporting on that. I would go live after Andrea. So later tonight, maybe. Yep. Yeah, see the banner at the bottom. Call to action. FOIA body cam footage of today outside courthouse of all law enforcement at Carroll County Courthouse. Hi, Ange. I am from Surrey in the UK. Hi. Okay, I'm going to end the stream. I might come back later. I probably will. Did I share the... DB, should I share this running update thing so people can look at it? Yeah, right. I think I can share it. Can I share it? Okay, I love y'all. Yes, share. Okay, here's our update, our doc with all the updates from this morning. And I will see y'all in a little bit.